not going to show up.
He
Yeah, he
did.
said he's not gonna show up.
Oh, I didn't know.
And hello, good
Hi.
evening. We're back.
Hello.
Well, most of us are fully back. One of us is dying, and as of right now.
Yeah.
And one of us is not present. But other than that, we are fully back.
Correct.
Mine is like 1.5, but that's okay. Welcome to Talechasers on Friday evening. I'm your host for this evening, Amber, and these are my Stargazers. Please say hello.
Hello.
Thank you
I
very
am
much.
a Stargazer.
Very good. So, due to some missing people, some technical difficulties, and also an illness from me, we haven't been online for 2 weeks, but that won't slow us down.
That's still just as long as the average break between my sessions.
I was about to say, like, wait, what sessions, Mark? I didn't know you still hosted.
No, I'm not, but you know.
Average, yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I don't have any announcements to make. Or do I? No, I don't.
Follow us live on Blue Sky, TikTok, and of course YouTube, and here.
You can watch Mark. You can Mark do funny stuff
That's true.
with captions.
I attempt to do funny stuff.
Yeah.
And sometimes
the
he
fun
even
stuff
succeeds.
you see here, and the fun stuff you see here, we also make fun clips of. So hopefully you get to see even those things if you missed them.
Hopefully, my players are funny today.
Well, we'd be very lucky for that to happen.
Anyway, let's just go back into let's just try to get back into it with a recap from Brandon, who hasn't been here for 3 weeks. He's gonna tell us exactly what happened last session.
I can tell you exactly what happened for a whole hour's worth of the time that I spent in the session.
Incredible.
Let's see it.
We initially spent our time on the boat, which is where we picked up on the deck of the boat, where there was some conversations that were being had between I suppose some of the individuals as to where we're going to be going next, where we, I suppose, heading off to be able to continue. Some discussion was had to think about, since now that we have 3 captains on the ship and no actual loot gained, we've been thinking about where we should be heading off to next. We obviously have that ivory sealed box, which Tokas has an idea or two, perhaps, as to where we can go to get the pearl that it needs to be able to open it. And there's also just in general need of finding civilization, like an actual island that has some civilization on it. But there's a few more islands around the reef that we're in at the moment that we would also like to investigate. So after some discussion between the group, we also chilled out playing some Liar's Dice, where Vincent, Zarius, Tokas... No, was it Lawrence?
Mm-hmm.
Lawrence played some Liar's Dice. I believe the first round was instantly won by Lawrence off the top of my head.
No,
Could be wrong. It was Vittoria, wasn't it?
Also, this is technically the wrong session, but that's okay.
Well, this is my last session that I remember, so...
Blast to the past.
But outside of that is where I left, and I have no idea what happened next.
Then what happened, Tokas?
Nom nom. Well, first of all, I think Brandon was referring to Flotilla, and not Liar's Dice. But second of all, after our first day here in the Expanse, which is what Brandon was talking about, we set foot for the first time in the conglomeration of little islands known as Shipgrave Reef. We started by scouting Tiki Tiki Island and found some unique things, like a tiny portal to the eventual plane of water that would furnish us with drinkable water for the time being, a torn apart camp, that had very little on it beside a wooden stake with some inscriptions upon it, likely left by the previous owners of this place. And
we had ship combat last time.
Almost. Yeah,
Yeah,
there you
no,
go.
almost.
You're getting there. You're getting there.
I don't know. It's been 3 weeks. I don't know.
Yeah, we found some particular nuts, which were called vin nuts, which then also we realized were not the vin nuts, but they had their own name. But for the time being, we did not really care about it. And we first learned about the threat of a monster lurking in the waters and getting ready to kidnap the people of these islands, which is likely how these folks met their end long, long time ago. Then we decided to explore the island on the west, or in this case, you'd call it, I believe, a water ward, which was Sentinel Island, island barren with rock and no sign of life. We found the grave of one supposed Captain Emil Markov and learned about their fate through a little bit of a diary that I had left. Some kind of change had undergone the merfolk captain, and we hurriedly attempted to understand the kind of threat that we were dealing with. We found the wreckage of the ship the Legend. We met some less than amicable ether sharks or ether wolves in the waters, and even went into contact with a creature known as a marrow, a merfolk looking being, humanoid in shape, but much more monstrous, and likely what Captain Emil Markov had become. We captured said marrow, and it sadly wasn't the person we were looking for, but thanks to it, we found a cove hiding in the water ward ridge where we began to explore a series of underwater caverns filled with ether. We scavenged quite a few interesting things from such a location, between an ivory chest with a trident inside and some other knickknacks, like a crate with some Irisian trade bars and other goods, and a funny little prism that Zarius managed to scavenge. Nonetheless, we did find our target, Captain Emil Markov, hiding in the deepest chamber of the system of caverns, which housed not only a large pool of ether, but also what seemed to be a wreckaged ship. On there, half of the party in the least managed to get into contact with the Marrow captain through some form of telepathy, and we learned what had happened to the crew of the Legend and their captain. Seemingly, they were attacked by a smaller vessel and were forced, due to low supplies and now damaged ship and low crew, to, well, find a place to rest and camp here in Shipgrave Reef. But sadly, no help came their way. And with Marrows in the water slowly taking away the remaining crew, everyone from the Legend slowly disappeared, and the captain, Emil Markov, mutated from a merfolk into a Marrow. Treasuring still the one possession that the entire crew of the Legend wanted to keep safe, a pearl of incredible value that they desired to bring to the Isle of Drakes, to trade in for wealth unimaginable. Still clutching the pearl, we managed to convince Captain Emil to board our vessel instead of the wrecked one inside the cave. And thus we acquired a third captain for our crew, as we also acquired a new destination, the Isle of Drakes, one of the 3 large clusters of islands supposedly aligned with the Drakes, the more piratey or outlaw individuals here in the Expanse.
Told everything.
As for what happened after, well, we decided to take a few more days before departing and explore the rest of Shipgrey Reef. We went to Tektiti Island, which is where we managed to harvest some of the material for the ether poisoning antidote. One of them was the nuts that we had previously recovered, and the next was some red algae or flowers drifting in the waters that put up quite a bit of a fight. They were not quite awakened, but they seemed to have some sort of consciousness, as we had to brawl with them just a little bit to be able to snip some leaves here and there and make a series of antidotes.
It was quite emotionally painful to be slapped around by them because they didn't like my
Dealing
singing.
-1 damage, yeah, that was tough. Vittoria tried to sing a little poem to calm them down, it just made them more angry.
Yeah.
And that leaves just the 2 islands that you guys haven't actually visited yet. One of which is Cork Bottle Isle.
Let's go!
The island with an active volcano on it.
No,
That's where we're going, boys.
No,
The last being Flow Isle.
Okay, first we need to go to Flow Island.
You will see about that.
Oh.
Don't worry, it's not that bad.
Uh-oh.
It should be pleasant.
Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the stream for myself. There we go. Perfect. Now I can watch my players from up close while I'm literally there myself. I don't need this. I don't need that. I need this part. That night, when you guys return from Tektite Isle, having gathered hands full of Marblood petals, let's just say gathered with a little bit of blood spilled, not on your side necessarily. There is a peculiar sight that awaits you upon a ship. As you dock your little foldable boat, you begin scaling the side of the ship to get on. There is a flash of light overhead in the crow's nest, as though the sun is reflecting off of a pair of sunglasses.
They hit us feeding.
Except, craning your heads up and looking up, you actually see that there is not a spyglass, but a telescope sticking out of the crow's nest, pointed up at the sky.
The fuck?
I just elbow Vincent. Did your telescope get stolen?
I pat and check. Do I have my telescope?
No, you don't have a telescope.
Huh? What do you mean?
Huh?
You don't have your telescope. Where'd you leave it, Vincent?
Huh? I looked to Victoria after petting around my cloak and my pockets. I pull them in and out. Who the fuck took my telescope?
Oh,
Well, I know it's worth a lot of money, but not me.
Right. I look up to the crow's nest and I start climbing it.
Zarus just with a suspiciously telescope-shaped bulge in his backpack.
In his pants.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
I'm gonna start
No.
climbing the crow's nest. Right, whoever you are, give it back. It's not nice to steal things. I know how ironic this is.
Time to start clambering. You know, there's ropes leading to it too, right?
There is, yeah.
I'm gonna clamber through the ropes to get up there.
Bunch of
Alright.
monkeys.
Climbing check from the both of you.
Could I argue that it's a
Up the
stun
ladders?
check?
No.
Shit. Well, let's see. Not very good at climbing.
Unless you're doing backflips up to the top of the ship, you are not making a stunt check.
Aren't there just ladders that lead up?
There is.
There is, but I'm doing through the ropes.
Oh, I thought you should.
He has to
Do you
do it
want
the
the
more
more
difficult way, you see.
Did
He's
you want
being
me
very-
to?
Yeah,
did
you
you want
can.
me to do a climbing check? To
Yeah.
go off the. Oh.
Don't worry, it's not a you can fall and then like crack your head open. Okay, both of you arrive basically at the same time.
This is
The rest-
not. Oh, this is not like the hanging thing at the Dreamlanders. Oh, ooh, oh.
The rest of the ship is relatively quiet. A large portion of the crew is already settled down. They're currently like changing out their shifts. Some people are cooking, other people are like playing games in the hull. Captain Emil is you made a tank, right?
I made a bathtub.
Yeah, so Captain Emil is sitting on the like deck in a bathtub. They can't go anywhere else, so they're just like looking at you, like like the little claws on the edge of the tub, like looking at you from over the edge of it. Zarius and Vincent climb up. You roll the same, but I'm gonna say it's a little more difficult to climb up the ropes than it is to
Yeah.
climb up the ladder. So Vincent is the first to arrive. Vincent, you like get over the edge of the crow's nest and you look inside to this platform and you see a tall, white-haired individual like staring into the small lens of your telescope and like looking up at the sky. If they've heard you, they don't give a shit that you were complaining about your telescope out loud.
Is this Omari?
Let's say, let's take the gamble. Is it Delphine or Elmare? This will drastically change.
I'm assuming it's Elmari, considering she doesn't give a shit.
Delphine is getting taller. She's not taller than Vincent yet.
Oi.
It wouldn't be that it wouldn't be that long though.
To be fair, Vincent is a runt for like.
He didn't get all of his vitamins when he was younger.
He's not 8
Sure.
foot tall, so.
That's true. But yeah, is this Elmari before I make an absolute fool out of myself?
Yeah, you see Omar.
Get to the top. Of course it had to be you. Why are you stealing my stuff? I go to the other side and I plug the other side of the telescope with my hand so she can't see through it.
The moment the like sky darkens over the telescope, she like pulls away and she goes, "Huh." She turns towards you. Did you have to come and ruin my view?
If anything, I made it better. No, I need my telescope back.
Your telescope? This is my telescope.
No, you must be mistaken. How many drinks have you had? See, I'll just be taking this and I'll just like grab the telescope.
She doesn't like grab it, she like puts a hand over your hand and like on the telescope and she says, "I'm pretty sure I found this today."
Oh, I'm already not here. We're in public. People might start thinking things.
Tell me, what would they think, Vincent?
Well, that I've finally given into your constant pleading for my attention, which is what
Have you?
clearly this is.
Have you?
No, come on now. That wouldn't be that easy.
Oh, okay. My bad. I surely thought you were that easy.
You're gonna have to work a bit harder on your on the pleading. However, stealing my telescope without me noticing, pretty impressive.
You're not very good at looking out part of like obtaining things, you see.
I've never had to. Normally, I'm the type of person that can blend easily with the background, and people don't have to actually notice me.
Actually, you're the kind of person who takes the things and then gets away with it, are you not?
Well, that as well. I put my braid over my ear as a compliment. Like, well, how did you notice? How could you tell?
Because I am good at seeing things.
Oh, we're like a dynamic duo. Now my telescope.
Actually, I'm also good at the stealing part. I don't need you for this duo.
Oh, well, I'm perfectly fine at looking out for things as well, which is why I needed the telescope to look out for things.
Is that why you also needed Zarius to climb his heavy ass all the way up here and hold your hand?
I look back and I notice those. Oh, that's
Zarius is finally finished climbing up the ropes. He holds himself into the crow's nest. There's very little space. Everyone is squished in there now.
Ah, this is nice and personal, isn't it?
Cozy.
Cyrus, why did you climb up the ropes like a scaly monkey?
Well, I saw a light, so I was like, I'm gonna check it out, you know?
Oh.
Well,
And you know, if it was a monster, I'd rather not have you be, you know, fighting by yourself.
no, it was far worse. I glanced over with a bit of side eye.
No monster, simply a man trying to unhand me of my possessions quite violently.
Oh, you can't play that act. You're tougher than most people on this ship, Ilmari. Give it a break.
I look at Vince and just say, "You're trying to rob her."
In broad daylight, she says, the twilight sky overhead.
Rob's brow. Oh my god. If I wanted to steal from you, I could have, and I would have done without you noticing a long time ago.
Why are you putting your paws on my telescope then?
It's mine. I'll think.
Just because you put your hands on it, or what?
Oh, okay then, Ilmari. Where did you get this telescope from? It's quite nice.
I bought it when we were in port.
Really?
Wait, if you put your hands on something, it's yours. I'll just put a hand on Vincent's shoulder.
Whoa!
See, I told you it was easy.
Can't own a person, Zarius.
There are parts of the world where you certainly could, but I'm not sure what the rules are in this place.
Somewhere
Also,
on the
that's not
ship.
what I indicated.
I was just gonna say, somewhere on the ship, Eric sneezes.
Vittorio and Eric sneeze at the same time. They go, oh, bless you.
Either way.
If you would like to borrow my telescope, I would be more than glad to, you know, lend it to you. You just have to ask very nicely.
Gritted teeth. Sure, yeah, sure. I'll borrow your telescope. May I have your telescope, please?
Oh, of course, Vincent.
Thank you.
But you know, I don't want to sound like I suspect you of something, Elmare. But what were you looking at? I just know
from the distance, knowing when is he going to return, clutching at this thing, hoping that I return. Don't worry, I'll always come back.
She'd only say that if she's alone, not when you're around. But
oh, really? She looks over to him.
But I know Ilmare somewhat. I know you. You wouldn't randomly look for things. What were you looking for?
What do you mean I wouldn't randomly look for things?
You're
Can a girl not
calculated.
be out here enjoying the stars with her beautiful telescope?
A girl could. But what were you doing here?
I mean, are you saying I am not a girl?
I'm saying you're Ilmare, which is 10 times as scary as a girl. Also, woman.
I see.
Half beast, maybe. Half woman.
No. I really wouldn't say that, because in some parts of the country they do actually say that. But, you know, they would more say that about you, but don't. Never mind. I don't think it's good to say that.
No, I don't think it is. I think there's nothing wrong with me.
No, I don't. No, of course not. What? But
exactly.
again, what were you looking for, Elmare?
Just the clouds.
Can I
You know.
insight this woman?
That big red one over there.
I look for the big red cloud.
But you need my telescope to see it, of course. You don't have good enough eyes.
My telescope.
I mean, yeah, the one you borrowed from me.
No, I said, may I have your telescope, and you gave it. Now I own it.
Oh, I didn't know you were a tricksy little fae now.
It's in my nature.
I'm gonna just randomly drop the word lovebirds in Elvish.
We all...
Oh, go ahead.
Never mind. She says, and she punches you, Zarius.
Ow!
Anyway, now that I have my telescope, I am going to look for some peace and quiet.
Not for the red cloud?
Sure, where is this red cloud? I look without my telescope. What's this red cloud?
Oh, sorry, I don't think I can show you. You're being awfully rude today.
Me? Says the thief.
I mean, only one of you has a
Me?
son.
I literally gave you this telescope out of the goodness of my heart.
I beg to differ.
I give you my telescope, I give you my liquor, I give you my companionship. I received nothing from you, Vincent. Absolutely zero.
You have received my companionship. Slap Science on the shoulder. What else do I have?
Well, I mean, I don't think either of you would appreciate if I said anything. So
No, in fact, yeah, I don't know why I asked you. Zarius is better if you don't speak.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, my companionship is worth more than any treasure.
No, you've not found very expensive treasures, have you?
Oh, I found you guys.
I'll repeat the same statement.
Yeah, tough crowd.
Although I guess you might earn a big sum if you sell us to the Inquisition.
Well, selling people is not in my.
No, not like sell out, not like sell people. You know.
Well, betraying is also not in my vocabulary.
No, that's good. Anyway, where's the red cloud?
If I, could just for a moment borrow back my telescope.
Okay, ask me kindly. Maybe I will.
I just did.
Rob's ears. I mustn't have heard it. What did you say?
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to dunk your head under the aether for a couple of minutes and clean them out?
Well, it's not going to cause any more damage, is it?
No, I'm afraid this one is ruined already.
That hurts, Omar. That really hurts. I have emotions, you know.
You do?
Mhm.
I know.
Well, the more targeted then.
What can I say except I'm very good at hitting targets?
I'll give you that much. I start having a look around with the telescope at this red cloud.
Let's have a look. Maybe a navigation check.
Navigate?
Yeah.
I am an expert at navigating. Do not worry. Oh, I am.
It's gonna take you a little while, Vincent. Elmara, meanwhile, leans back. So, Zarius, what brings you up here today?
Well, like I said, I saw a glint And so far, everything here has not been nice. So I was a little bit worried. That and the idea of fighting in a ship is kind of burned in my mind. So
Hmm. He did not strike me as the kind of person who would run headfirst or climb headfirst into danger.
you've not seen the days before before you were around. You want to know who got his ass beat the most because I
at a
kept
time.
standing in front?
Sorry.
I look at Vince and say, that you were there 2 weeks before her.
Better times. He keeps looking as he's looking.
No, but before either of you were there, I always got my ass handed to me because I was up front. Mind you, for like multiple months without any powers. I'm not a scaredy cat unless water is involved.
A lot of that here.
No, aether liquid. That's not water. It listens to you. You can talk to it.
Oh, here we go again. You started him off now, Larry. Good job.
I'm not starting anything.
If you fall into it, you need to swim.
You can force your presence on it.
Oh,
Yeah, there are mages who can force their presence onto water. It is no different.
A little bit different. Is it?
I think you're just telling yourself that it is different. But if it helps you, it helps you, you know.
It's different. It's so different.
Have you found the red cloud yet, Vincent?
Looks to the DM. Have I found a red cloud yet?
Vincent, you scan the night sky. There's clouds of all shapes and sizes there, nebulous ones that host hundreds of thousands of stars each. You see little ones. She been looking for that. You see green and blue and yellow.
And a red one.
But
for
it
the
is
orange bottle.
but it is unmistakable, the one that she calls the red cloud. It kind of looks like you're how would I say this? Like you're peering into a maelstrom or a whirlpool, becoming a deeper, darker red the further it travels inward until it becomes nearly pitch black at its center. And all around those little rings, inward and inward, are dotted these little stars that almost look like rows upon rows of teeth. And expanding ever outward from the cloud are these long tendrils, like the arms of an octopus.
Yeah, I've found your red cloud. Although it's very ominous looking.
I thought so too. That's why I use my telescope to look at it a little bit closer.
Well, I'm using my telescope to look at it closer, and it kind of looks like an aberration of some sort. At least it's very far away from us.
How do we know what is actually far away? Things look far away here, but
No, that's
how
just all
far
the,
it's far away?
that's just all the booze, Omari. It's messing with your depth perception. It's really far. Don't worry about it.
That's what people would. That's what people would say, and then in the stories, tomorrow suddenly the clouds above us. Like that. That's the exact thing would happen if you say that.
Well, it's a good thing that Vincent didn't just say it out loud to make it come true.
Huh?
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 Is this some kind of custom I'm not used to?
Certainly not.
Well, whatever this big red angry cloud is, not entirely too worried about it. I'm sure it's absolutely fine. It looks equally as confusing, mysterious, and abhorrent as everything else that we found on this plane.
Like fin nuts.
Except for the nuts. The nuts have been a great addition.
What a terrible name.
Oh, I disagree. Don't worry. I'll name the next one after you, okay?
Ilmara? How do you... Ilnuts?
It doesn't mean that the next thing I'm going to find is a nut. I might find, something more fitting, like a gorilla.
What the hell is a gorilla?
Oh yeah, right, I forgot that monkeys don't exist here. I'll find something more fitting, like, I don't know. Something looks Ilmari up and down. Terrifying and monstrous. The name after him.
Good.
I don't know. I think the song she has is quite badass. If I do say so myself.
You're just talking your own ego again, Zarius. If anything, she says, turning to you, Vincent, like tipping her chin up a little bit, I'd be glad to be the terror of all the tiny little elves.
Right, we're going back to calling me short again because I thought this was already drowned out. Surely we've got a new insult.
Perhaps. It is just so easy to hit that target, though.
Maybe the crew knows more about the spooky red cloud. Not that we're worried about it. Did I look around? Is it in the same direction as the flow island, or towards the cork island, or neither? Or is it like up in the sky more so, rather than in a direction? If that makes more sense.
If anything, it is in a flameward direction, so east from where you are, but it is definitely high up in the sky.
Well, I have no direct concerns. For a second, when you said red cloud, I thought you were going to be saying that it was coming out from the cork bottle island, and then I was going to be slightly concerned. Well, now that we're all so comfortable and all things are set correctly now, as he pockets his telescope into his coat inner pocket. Are we done being cozy up here, guys? And, you know, personal space is a thing and everything.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, but I plan on using the rope ladder more than I plan on using the rope anymore.
Oh, please. Help yourself first.
Sure. I'm gonna climb down.
Goodbye, Zarius.
Bye, Elmare.
Are you
There's a
coming down as
creaking
well? Or...
There's a creaking sound as Zarius begins descending the mast.
Guys, I'm not sure if this is gonna hold my weight.
You've always told me that you're not big, you're muscular, and you're agile, so come on, get to it.
But I am agile, but I'm still heavy.
Don't say that about yourself, Zarius. You're in spitting condition.
Which is still heavy. I think I'll stay up here a little while longer. But it's okay, you may dismiss yourself. I know you're dying to get away.
Are you okay?
Why wouldn't I be okay?
Oh, I've been here a while. It's not exactly the easiest thing to be roped into doing, so it's just wondering.
Does it matter to you?
Yeah. Quite a lot.
Since when?
Plenty of time. Who else am I going to have a good back and forth with?
Well, no, I thought you were having plenty of a good time with Zarius just now. I suppose he's easy to pick on.
Oh, well, most people don't shell it back as well as you do.
Experience that comes with years. Unfortunately, most of them will have expired before they reach their true potential.
I forgot that you're absolutely ancient.
At least I'm not a child.
Youth is a good thing.
It's hard to be taken serious. A child who calls himself a captain.
Don't call myself a captain. I am a captain.
I'm pretty sure I've heard you call yourself a captain many times. Like every time you get back on the ship. And every time you leave it.
I need to
and
make sure that people know. You know, you can't have people forgetting.
I thought that every man who calls himself a captain is not a captain. Well, was that something else?
You must be mistaken. You must have read that somewhere.
I don't do a lot of reading.
Unsurprising.
For me? No. For you? Yes.
I think people take my lack of intellect as quite normal. Plus, being able to act stupider than I am makes people feel better when they have to explain things to me.
I think it's mostly that. I'm not sure
people up as well. People are more likely to tell you things when they think that you're not as smart as you actually are.
Is that why I'm yapping so much?
Well, people love the sound of their own voice. You see, you're very good at the whole thieving and skulking and shooting. And I'm pretty good at thieving and skulking. But I also have a lot of people skills. I know how to read people and act around them. It helps when you know, make friendships with people. Kind of nudges her on the shoulder.
What do your people skills tell you about me?
Oh, I'm not sure if that's a kind of worms you want to open.
I wasn't aware that you had heard of cans and can openers.
Oh, well, you know, word gets around. I think kind of leans forward on the front of the crow's nest as he looks out onto the boat below. I think Elmari is and has been closed off for probably the better majority of her life to most people. Probably before something pivotal happened, she used to probably have quite a strong bond with someone, or a thing, or a group of individuals. And maybe after something really bad happened, it made everything not so good anymore. And she realized that perhaps solidarity is a far less painful life, which is probably why she finds herself at the bottom of a barrel, at the bottom of some sort of glass or bottle very often. It helps drown out the constant need to think of your own thoughts. People that don't like being in their own thoughts often find ways to vice that. I also think that she is quite standoffish because she doesn't enjoy speaking to people. Prying eyes and having to talk to others is more of a burden oftentimes than it is actually a pleasant conversation to have. There's not many things that need to be said in your mind, and if they do, they should be probably quick and effective. I think Gilmare actually has a really big heart, but it's frozen over, I think. It's just been a long time before she's been around a group of people that she feels like she can trust. And that word in of itself is gold to her. You can get the trust of many people and get the friendship of many people quite easily, but to Amari, I feel like friendship and trust are one of the most valuable currencies. I think she's someone that is struggling to find herself in this world that is very complicated. And she doesn't really understand what is right and wrong, but she has her own principles and follows through with those. And I think that, although all of that, and despite all of that, she hasn't given up. And she's still trying, at least to find some sort of answer. And I think that, in of itself, is quite brave. How did I do? He smiles and winks.
He has one eyebrow raised. It started like slowly creeping up throughout this conversation. I'm fairly certain you just described like half of your companions.
Nah, they're all very different in their own ways. And they're all not shut off. They're all more than happy. I mean, Zarius is a very happy individual, has seen plenty of strife, but he sees the joys in most things in life, and it's quite pleasant to see it that way. He doesn't understand a lot of fundamentals, and when it comes to people and differences, and can be sometimes quite hot-headed, but I think overall he's a very pleasant being to be around. Tokas, well, he just loves thinking and the thought and the voice and the sound of his own voice as well. He's someone that will speak to you for hours about things that he enjoys. Vittorio is shut off, but that's for a different reason entirely. That's more a case of he does like speaking to people and conversing, but again, very similar to you in the sense of trust. I think it's hard for him to find people that he thinks are worthy to have his trust because he fears losing it. He's very protective over the people he cares about. Everyone has their own differences.
I suppose that we do. And there you are dancing between all of it, like a little butterfly who doesn't have a concern in the world, right?
That's the picture I paint.
Poorly painted over. Or perhaps there is no more depth to it. Or perhaps you just don't want people to see that there is more depth. It's easier to be shallow after all.
I just think that nowadays people have plenty of depth. Sometimes it's nice for someone to just have, or someone to just be light. Not everyone needs to have cargo. And some of us do, and sure, I do as well. But I think it's important for everyone to have at least someone that they know that they can count on. And my painting isn't finished or deep, but the painting that I paint for people to look at is already covering something underneath instead. At the end of the day, I'm a master of diversion of sleight of hand, and part of that is being able to, and it reflects exactly who I am. Sleight of hand is in the ability to show people something whilst doing something else entirely, or misdirecting attention. And that's exactly what I do. I misdirect attention.
Unfortunately, your own attention span is also quite small. Makes it easier to divert you too. Or perhaps you simply like to be diverted.
What's that saying? Ignorance is bliss.
It must be. I wish that I could live in an ignorant state. And in this place, where nothing looks or feels like home. I think sometimes I do find myself able to be ignorant for just a few moments.
It's nice to be able to. You should hold on to them when you can.
Mm-hmm. She looks like she's about to say something, but she closes her mouth again.
Don't regret it.
I'd like to think I'm more careful about my words.
So I would say that maybe that's the first time I've seen that. Normally you're like a... what's the metaphor I'm looking for? The simile. Well, I suppose for you it's quite fitting, a loaded gun, right? You're quite open-mouthed and open-worded with what you want to say.
I mean, that's what diversion is all about, right?
It is.
I paint one picture and another one is true.
Oh, just make sure you don't regret the words that you never say. If something needs saying, I always got told to make sure that you say it.
I don't think I have a whole lot of things that are worth saying.
I disagree. I think you're quite insightful when you want to be. Maybe you just need to stop playing yourself down so much.
I think I'm right where I'm meant to be in that regard.
As long as it's what you feel is right, then that's fine by me.
She looks back up at the sky, at the red cloud, even though it is no more than a pinprick to most. The other gunner speaks of the cloud, says that it guides him, and tells him where to go.
You're looking for guidance?
I know many things, but I don't always know what is right.
No, I'm not sure if you can expect some big red cloud to tell you what is and isn't right either. People seek guidance all the time from different beings and bodies. Kings or leaders, party groups, members, captains, gods. But at the end of the day, every single person that someone looks for advice from has their own agenda to give you advice towards. So seeking advice is good, but I'd be careful. Especially if it's coming from that red thing.
That is
Everything has their own choice.
That much is right. It's not like I am lost and desperately in need of guidance. I think I'm simply taking my time to experiment. It's not like I have tons of things to do every day. There's only so many things I can pick through on this ship.
Well, you're more than welcome to go on the expeditions with us.
I think I'll be doing some snooping around on my own when we get to the next port.
Yeah, I think that's more your style.
I favor it over trudging through sticky jungles and picking nuts up off the ground like some primitive.
There are joys in primitive experiences, although I do also prefer being in a city. It helps me with stealing and speaking to people, and that's probably more my area, but this isn't too bad. I also enjoy the adventure of going into the unknown.
I'd rather you than me.
Well, I'll leave you to your peace and quiet. And Vincent will, on purpose, quote-unquote, accidentally, but on purpose, leave the telescope on the bar of the crow's nest, and you'll slide down the stairs. The ladder.
As you begin sliding down, her head kind of like peeps out over the edge, and like you see her hand appear next to it with the telescope, like holding it out over the edge. It is quite the plummet down to the ship.
Wait,
No, don't throw
I'm
it!
still- Vincent, I'm still fighting or not?
Zari's is still hanging there, like, hey guys, I wasn't spying or anything, but
I went down, but I am waiting on Vincent for him to come down.
so kind of him. She holds the telescope out, like, by her fingers, like, over your head. It's okay, you can borrow it a little while longer, Vincent. You can return it to my rooms later. And she will drop it.
Oh, no.
Literally, it doesn't manage to grab it. It hits him in the face because he's literally like, probably like a bit starstruck by what she just said at the end. It just hits him in the face. And he
Boink.
just stays on the ladder for a second. Doesn't really find any words to say. So,
Elmar is already gone.
I think in Elvish you say, and then it just says an Elvish sentence that's quite vulgar.
Shut up, Zarius. Now get down these stairs.
No, but well, I still have one thing to say to you, which arguably is not going to be as impressive as what Omara just said, so I feel kind of overshadowed, but, you know, congratulations.
I don't... What?
It's the 5th of Summertide, right?
What?
Your dad's birthday, right?
Oh.
Look at Vincent like what?
He looks up. I guess it is. I forget time in this place. And days passing and calendars.
Well, congrats with your dad. Sorry that I at one point almost killed him.
Oh. Bygones are bygones. You didn't mean to.
No, that I didn't. Anyway, have fun tonight. I'm gonna walk away. And I'm gonna repeat the one phrase again.
You shouldn't be saying that.
I don't know, I learned it. Might as well use it.
Alright, Barty. You want to set out to Flow Isle?
Have to go to Flow Isle. Yippee!
Oh, it's the next day.
Ooh.
It does. I mean, it's not like days really pass,
No,
but
you know what I mean.
Vittorio, you wake up with sticky hands.
What do you mean, sticky hand?
I mean that your hands feel like clammy to the touch. As though they're sweating, but like really badly.
Like, he wakes up, and at first he's like, looks at his arm being back to normal. It's like a hint of relief.
Still feels a little stiff.
And then he like notices they're very sticky and clammy, and he's just like, ugh. I'm gonna try like picking up, I don't know, a mug.
Okay, you pick up a mug.
I open my fists around the mug.
The mug falls to the ground and shatters.
Why is this mug made? What?
Is it the mug or is it your hand?
What kind of mug did I pick up?
Just a mug. What do you mean? You just said I pick up a mug and then I let it go.
But presumably it's made out of wood or metal.
But it might just be
A wooden
shipping
tankard.
mug.
Yeah, a wooden tankard. Does it still fucking break?
There's a crack in it now.
So sad. Tori makes a mental note of this and adds to the mental note that he should try climbing some walls later. But for now, he's just, yeah, it's like opening and closing his fists because they're clammy and blah. He will get ready for today's excursion.
Alright. Party. You go to Flow Isle.
Yes.
We're floating.
Where did the ship go?
Did you
Abducted.
steal our
It
ship?
does look abducted. Where did the ship go?
Oh, they abducted our ship.
Yeah, that's Vittorio's hand right there.
Hmm.
I hate that.
Yep.
Natural grease.
Alright. Of course. It's a very different experience playing D&D with someone right next to you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Party token grabbed. Flow Island snagged.
Yoink, my island now.
Unclaimed this island is.
Not anymore.
It will be ours.
If only you guys had a flag that you could put on it.
If I had a flag I could put on something, I put that flag on way too many things.
Sadly, we don't have anyone that can sew a flag on the spot, so yeah, too bad.
No, I think she's just
Else I would have
bullying
abused
us.
them a long time ago.
She's just bullying us
What?
because we haven't chosen a flag yet amongst the ones we've presented.
No, I think we know flag to go for.
Fun with flags.
All right. Party, you arrive on the shores and find that you are not the first person to have ever arrived on these shores, as only a couple stones throws away from where you land your little ship, you see a little dinghy. It is damaged looking. The sails are incredibly weathered, but it is a tiny little boat raft thing.
I guess we'll park our boat first and pocket the boat onto the shore. And I guess we'll very quickly scuttle towards the dinghy and immediately look if there's anyone aboard.
You look into the little dinghy, climbing over the edge. Don't see anyone inside the little boat. You see a couple of dried out vinnuts laying at the bottom.
Stolen immediately. Well, there's a watercraft abandoned long time ago, likely from the legend.
I suppose that would make sense. Well, we can still have a look around.
I mean, it might be worthwhile, really. Well, I can look for elemental portals again, but something in me is nagging me, saying that that's not where we'll find any elemental portals. It's like a two-letter word in my head. I don't know.
The fascination with elemental portals is very. It reminds me a lot of the fascination of Rowlish folk with dynamite during the era of expansion. It did not go well.
I mean, I'm just fascinated because there's just natural portals, very quote unquote easily accessible. That's fascinating. Back at home, when Ember Current, the fire elemental slugs, they took they were rare enough because they didn't come out easily.
Well, that's a good thing. You don't want elementals to seep into your realm. If they did, you know.
They were just kind of slugs.
Sure, but no matter what the shape, elementals are not always a nice thing to deal with. We already had Gormadrog up north, and that alone caused a whole big mess. I don't think you want two of those.
I mean, yeah, but you can't shear them all over one brush.
Well, definitely not, but I know the majority of them are dangerous.
I mean, the majority of everything is dangerous. The majority of people are dangerous.
Yeah, I suppose.
I suppose so.
Doesn't stop you from attempting to converse with them. Imagine if we had an air elemental on our crew.
That'd be very helpful. I find it extremely hard to convince an air elemental to stick to our ship, but hey, if you can do that, props to you.
Well, we can look for some food supplies, I guess.
Well, we're stocked in food, but I guess it doesn't hurt.
I mean, or we can immediately head to, Cork Bottle. I don't mind that either. It's just...
Yeah, I've been eyeing it as well, but I do think Victoria has a wise point in probably leaving it for last. Visiting a island with volcanic activity probably is risky.
Reminds me of home.
Is this island flat, Amber? Is it quite hilly, or like what's the landscape like?
It is how do you call that? The shores are like all on the same level, but then it like quite quickly um becomes really steep towards the center. Like the whole part in the center that is like green has pretty dense looking jungle atop it, and it's also significantly like higher above the level of the aether
Kind of
than
like a
the
mesa?
shores are. Yeah, kind of like a mesa.
Huh, cool. Points out this slope. Well, we're gonna have to do a bit of climbing to get up onto the main part of this island, I guess.
Well, what are we looking for?
Anything, really. I mean, we've got some plans for the antidote. I don't believe Vittorio or I have tried to make it yet, but we have enough materials to make about 7 portions, or something of the kind. Well, I suppose fauna would be interesting. I mean, we have encountered those weird, like, bipedal creatures on the other island the first we visited.
I have an idea, and I'm gonna very much beggingly look at Amber if I can do what I'm about to ask.
What am I about to hear?
Well, if it's the same thing as we did last time, right? With all of us doing a check to see what we want to find, I was going to ask you, can I look for inspiration? And I don't mean like the the mechanical inspiration, but more for my songwriting. Like for the what is it? Herald of Shadow is the name of the song, but I don't remember how far I am. Yeah, for the Herald of Shadow, I'm just gonna look for inspiration.
In what way?
Just for writing. Just like I see if anything here as I walk around, as I essentially taking a relaxing day to stroll about the island. Well, everyone's looking for something specific. I just feel like this place with its magical glory, at least visually, might serve as a point of inspiration for simply writing the song.
Sure.
Can't wait to watch Zarius get uninspired and lose half of his progress.
I just thrashed the entire thing that I've spent the entire campaign so far attempting to write, and it's still not done.
Sure, you can do that.
That's what I do.
Is there anything else in particular that anyone is looking for? Or are you just exploring this island?
I am.
Just a general sweep for Vincent. I don't think there's anything specific.
I'll just look out for the other types of vegetation that might grow here. So far, we found the kamiki nuts. What's it called?
I make nuts, yes.
Kamik nuts, and we found the red reeds. But I want to keep an eye out for other types of unique forms of flora that inhabit the island.
Sure. I will need a like a botany check for that. If you want to do looking for plants. For Zarya's inspiration,
I can make a poetry check. That might work.
yeah, that's fine. Wisdom poetry.
Quickly have to switch it to wisdom. Oh, fuck me.
I don't know what it is with you and these chains of islands, but like you're rolling so many nat ones, it's insane.
It's just
It's
my
actually
job.
crazy.
It's my job. And
This is just, I think this is going to be the expanse for Zarius. A whole year of rolling now ones.
Oh my
Bad luck.
I'll be honest, at that point, I think I would get a little bit salty. Just like a little bit.
I think everyone was. I think everyone would get salty. Don't think it's anything that is anything unusual. Faris, is there anything you're looking for, Vittorio? Oh no, he's also be right back. Whoops. This is fine.
Victoria's
Oopsie.
also looking for inspiration.
Yeah, of course he is. For his monster manual, not for this though.
Yeah, for his drawings.
I'm about to take the paint me like one of your French girls pose for Vittorio on the beach.
I'm sure he would appreciate that. He's getting quite good at painting. He just has to keep it up, you know.
Amazing.
All right, 17 on botany for Tokaz, a 9 for Zarya.
The worst part is it's not even bad. It's just like it would have been good if it was anything but a 1.
It's not terrible.
Disgusting.
Just less that. Tokaz, contain yourself to your own mic. Vincent, just give me a general observation check.
Yes. Hey! I can observe.
He is quite observant, damn.
The most observant. Like I said, he'll just do kind of like a zigzag sweep of the island. There's a boat here, so maybe there's an old camp that they had before they got killed or taken into the water or whatever happened to these lots. So maybe looking an eye out for any like broken down tents or campsites or literally anything like that as well, whilst it's just zigzagging across the island.
Of course. And Vittorio was also back. Is there anything you'd like to look for on this place?
Not necessarily like anything specific. Did Delphine come with us today as well?
If you'd like her to.
I mean, yeah, he would have asked. And if she's here, then he'll like. You know, he's trying to start her off on the whole training bit. So he's trying to see what she can find, and then if she needs help, he tries to help, but primarily letting her do her thing.
All right. What shall we roll for that?
That is an excellent question.
But do you have an answer?
I could roll torch. No.
What?
I'm joking.
Huh?
Oh. I could. That's a really good question, Amber. And I should have thought about that before to have an answer ready.
It's okay. You can think about it for a moment while I go for the other ones first. Lucas. Flow Isle has a unique plant that other isles don't have. Although you only find a single one here. It stands about a foot tall on the northern coastline, and it is spotted in yellow and orange flecks on red petals. It is completely open at this point in time, but with your check, your botanist check, you actually recognize this plant somewhat. You know it as a spotted dragon flare. And you know that this plant should only bloom at night. It also grows on the slopes of volcanoes.
But also grows in Arkhona?
Yes.
Okay. What are the properties of this plant?
They actually grow solitary. And so you will only find a single one in a region, except for certain caves near volcanic regions. It is rumored that they only grow in places that have been raised by a dragon's flame.
Hmm.
And that is the only place you will find them more plentiful than in a single one.
Okay, so in this case, it's either where a dragon breathed fire or in caves near volcanic activity.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And do these plants have properties of their own, or do they just act as weeds? Are they just pretty much just grass? They call it.
They are said to be very good for your health. Chewing them on them for an extended period of time is said to give you some temporary health benefits. Get you through some tough situations if you need to tough out some extreme conditions.
All right.
Mechanically speaking. Sorry, I could. Our mics went on at the same time. Mechanically speaking, they will give you a +1 to Constitution saves.
Understood. Then my second question would be if it is possible to make a separate check to see if there is a nearby location where there's more of these plants, or if that was within the check that I've already rolled.
I mean, within the check that you've rolled, you know that they normally grow completely solitary. How they propagate is as good as anyone's guess. If they supposedly only exist in larger quantities in places where a dragon with a fire breath has scorched the earth.
Okay. I'll collect the plant then. I'm not gonna cut it, but instead I'm going to grab a little leather bag and scoop up a bunch of the dirt where this plant was growing and then put it into the bag.
That's fine. I can also answer your other question that I just saw in the chat, what a coil gun does. Coil guns, as you might have noticed from the strange copper coil that was on the inside of the large fish contraption that you found, back in the cave, channels electricity until it leaps from the coil gun like a bolt of lightning.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
You input small amount of electric energy, it comes out big amount of electric energy at a distant target, dealing a lot of damage.
You put in small PP energy, you
That
get
makes
big
sense.
PP energy.
Damn, you can never show that to Lawrence.
So one thing I fear is that what if there's an actual fucking dragon that went into the aether water?
Well, there's
The-
no way to repute that option. There is wolves and sharks and
Sorry, was
other
that my
animals.
inner thoughts? I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
That was me speaking out of character.
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
Never mind.
My bad. But in character, I don't know about this flower, so out of character is why I think it might be an actual dragon that lives in
Oh, I
Cork
mean,
Island.
yeah, likely that we've seen, what are they called? We've seen wolves, we've seen meros, we've seen a bunch of things that belong to Arkhona, so there's no
Well,
impossibility that there might be, like, fucking dragons and shit.
time to fight a red dragon, boys.
Time to fight an ether dragon, or an ether beholder, I can't wait.
That sounds terrifying, bro.
All of those are the scary things.
I will have you know that beholders leave a different residue on the ground than ash.
Where do people leave residues on the ground, I guess? What are all these things are snails?
Actually, it's obsidian.
Whoa, beholders leave obsidian, they poop obsidian?
No, Gabbity, they have IRAs, they don't poop.
Yeah.
They don't have buttholes.
Do they just randomly eye-ray sometimes? It's just like, oh man, my eye-ray slipped, and then it just blasts the ground and turns into obsidian?
I mean, if you're putting logic to it, and a beholder has one hole, which is its mouth. So, how some an enemy do it, they eat in that mouth, and then when all of it is digested and the food is, no longer food, it has to come out, which it does through the same hole as it came
Comes out as
into.
eye-rays instead.
Yeah,
Eye-rays
right.
are actually beholder waste.
Beholder actually just vomits poop.
Okay, that's enough D&D for me today. BRB, guys.
Alright, I will grab the plant then. And look out for more stuff. But yeah, thank you. I'll slurp it up.
Alright, let's have a quick 5-minute break.
Let's see, that would make it 5 past.
No.
Okay, well, we will be back in a moment. Until then, please hydrate.
Or dihydrate.
Yeah.
Ship must anchor, the sky is on our foes. Come so close to eternity. Our shields are ready, the guns are watching the downfall of humanity. All the species are gone. The silence of the sea. darkest of nights, an Arkhonian tale unfolds. A quest to rewrite destiny, when fortunes have already been foretold. A divider with blood of old seeks answers this world may hold. A bond with a shadowy past seeks not but bonds that will last. The sorcerer's fate sealed before birth seeks his means to save this earth. Bound by ancient lore, they search the imperialist passage. We sail on wings of starlight and hope, soothing ancient clothing our dungeon masters every toe. With courage in our hearts before it is too late. We are the Stargazers, forging our own fate. Now remain two fighters, whose paths to freedom align. With futures they seek to undermine, the dark elf as pale as snow holds a bloodline of which none may know, and one of that which is so twice over. What destiny will he conquer? Bound by ancient lore, they search the imperialist passage. We sail on wings of starlight and hope, soothing ancient clothing our dungeon masters every toe. With courage in our hearts before it is too late. We are the Stargazers, forging our own fate. Bound by ancient lore, they search the imperialist passage. We sail on wings of starlight and hope, soothing ancient clothing our dungeon masters every toe. With courage in our hearts before it is too late. We are the Stargazers, forging our own fate.
Hello, we have returned.
We're back,
Hello.
alive and well.
All right. Tokus has found a little plant, scooped it up.
He did a yum yum.
Zarius is desperately looking for inspiration.
I'm gonna be stuck writing this song for the rest of my fucking life.
He says in despair. Vittorio, you go tracking with Delphine.
Yeah.
Go ahead, make me that check.
Do,
Tracking check.
yeah, do you want the normal one or the intelligence one? Or do you want one from Delphine? What do you want?
I want a norm intelligence. Sure, you're trying to teach her, right? So
Yeah, I mean, yes. it's a bit muddied because I'm like supposed to kind of observe her mostly, but I'm trying to think of mechanical ways of how I can, yeah,
That's why I
help
said
her.
intelligence is fine.
Okay. Then it will be 2 less than this result. Got 10. That's very average.
Let's have a look.
Let's have an oopsie loopsie.
An oopsie doopsie floopsie.
Let's see if you've made a fucky wucky.
You find a couple of tracks, Vittorio, between you and Delphine. Most of them are from the boars that live on this island, which somehow have not mutated beyond recognition yet.
Nice. We love us some boars.
You also find but do not manage to track a single brownish colored scale. Quite a large one too.
Yeah, I was just about to ask about its size.
Like 2 fists together.
Oh well, that's not adult size. That's okay. I say not out of character. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Finding these scales. Is there a particular check I could make to try and narrow down what creature they are from? Because out of character, I don't remember Scrayquall having a lot of scales,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I weren't that up close to.
Give me an intelligence check.
Bin Belleben. I mean, I have nothing to reroll that with, so that's a 4.
That is a very large fish scale, Vittoria, but what it's doing on the middle of an island, you're not sure.
Yeah, that's really weird.
It does vaguely remind you of this story that you heard in Openheim of a giant one-eyed bronze trout that lived in the river. Although it disappeared a half a century ago.
I actually do remember some kind of story like that.
Yeah, you heard it when you guys were having a little dinner at the one-eyed trout.
And wonder where it went. Couldn't have been this year's fans.
Couldn't have been.
Bro's just like, I'm a multiverse fish.
The trout's eye.
I'll make sure to grab the scale nonetheless, and later on can probably check with the others.
Of course. Yeah, you may.
I will also make sure to praise Delphine for this find, as well as the boars.
I mean, I found it, but
Yeah, you found something, and that's always a start.
No, I just have to track it. She says, sniffing the island, but she will find nothing.
Oh,
There's no tracks that go with this, just a single scale,
yeah.
half buried in the soil.
I admire her tenacity. Oh, yeah. When we return to the rest of the people, I will indeed show them that Delphine found this lovely scale. And I will also mention that I think it's a fish scale. That's what I think it is.
Yeah. Very big fish, someone fished up. They probably ate it, you know.
They probably nomad on it.
Definitely. That leaves Vincent, who says that he just wants to stroll around with you guys.
Mm.
And he wanted to look for traces of people, and he rolled pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So he will take you guys up those big slopes into the jungly part of the flow aisle. And he'll begin scouring the jungle with you. There's a couple boar trails that you guys follow. But then, almost as if he suddenly, like, hears something, he veers away and off of the little boar trail and walks straight into the jungle, pushing apart a couple of broad-leaved plants. And finally, that oppressive, humid heat that is trapped beneath the dense canopy gives way to a small clearing. Where you see 3 people sitting there
Excuse me?
around the fire pit.
What?
Yeah. You see a grizzled human. They have this very long, salt and pepper dotted beard. They're wearing a red, weather-beaten coat. Who's sitting like on top of this broken crate. Who's currently whittling away at a piece of wood with a rusty knife. There's a younger-looking man sitting next to him, like cross-legged. Who is like shaking their hands and rolling out a set of dice. And behind them, a little ways away, you see a very fiery-haired woman. She's got an eye patch on one eye, and she's sharpening a dagger.
You guys are seeing that, right?
That makes it 2 of us, so likely not an hallucination.
Mm-hmm. Amber, are they talking?
You hear the young man with the yellow bandana like mutter something to himself. But the other people are quiet.
Okay, let me rephrase this. Or do I recognize? Sorry. Ow. anything about this place, or well, there's only one of them talking, sadly. But do I recognize anything from my little stint of being dead here in the ethereal expanse?
When you peer the two men, you feel very little. The woman, though, in the back, there's something familiar about her face.
Hmm. Yeah, I think that's also what Vittorio says. He's like, I don't know why, but I don't know, the woman in the back feels kind of familiar.
Yeah, she does. But also, hi, I'm Zarius. Like, I imagine we're there, right? Like, are we hiding in the bushes? Like,
Yeah, you
we're...
guys are like standing on the edge of the
Yeah.
clearing.
Like, they obviously see
Uh-huh.
us, right? Hi, I'm Zarius. Nice to meet you all.
The oldest of the three, the man with the graying beard, he perks up first. He flashes you a toothy grin. You see a silver tooth flashing in his mouth. Ah! Well, I'll be. More souls washed ashore these cursed reefs.
Well, we didn't wash
Alright.
ashore, but yeah.
You saying he's got a boat?
Never said anything of the like. Maybe you've misheard me.
I just look at Barry.
Well, you don't look like you came flying here, and if you didn't swim...
Okay, yeah, we have a boat. It's kind of obvious, but still.
Thought as much.
Then she immediately...
So what brings you here? Ah,
No,
let
most...
it... What? What will it be? Come over then. There's plenty of room by the fire. Red! Quit hogging the shade like a barnacle on a hull. The woman. She snorts. Right then.
Did the woman look familiar to all of us, or just Vittoria?
Just Vittorio.
Okay.
You see the young man who has like the little yellow bandana. He like eyes you guys. Like he's kind of like half turned away from you as he's like peering at you through like slightly squinted eyes. It's a little strange that another crew would just show up like that, you know?
What I find a little strange is how you all ended up here.
How does any person end up on Shipgrave Reef?
Well, usually, as far as I've understood from the little amount of data we've been able to gather, their ship meets their grave on these reefs. I haven't seen yours. Where did it crash?
We shipwrecked off the waterward coast of this island.
Waterward coast. So, you came from further waterward?
That's what I said.
I blinka. This was Shipgrave Reef, I remember. This island at the bottom left of the map.
No, it doesn't matter.
Oh, this one. Okay. Alright. Well, then forgive my interest, but what kind of route were you taking? on our maps, there's nothing waterward of Shipgrave Reef.
The woman with the red hair, it looks like she's about to speak, but then the young man in the yellow bandana speaks up first. Did you hear them? They're out there in the trees. It's watching us. And the woman turns away from you, Tokas, and she rolls her eyes. Relax, Bones. It's just the wind. Or your imagination. Again. The man in the gray beard, he reaches out towards the man with the yellow bandana that the woman with the red hair just called Bones. Aye, he's not wrong. There's something not right about this place. You do well to stay close. Safety in numbers and all that.
Gotta do as much.
How long have you been stranded here?
We don't have a way to track time anymore. The man with the yellow bandana. Bones.
I suppose that's fair.
But looking around and like beneath your feet, Vittorio, the ground is littered in like the shells of nuts.
Damn.
A lot of them.
Look, how long have you guys been here?
Mark, what? He just asked a question.
Oh. Shit, sorry, I did not catch that. I'm sorry.
Vittorio
Someone's
asked
talking
them.
to me here.
Yeah, Vittorio asked the same question. They said that they don't have a way to track time, so they have no idea.
Yeah, fair.
But Amber said there was plenty of Vinut shells littering the ground, so they've been here for some time.
And how many times have you slept? Right, that's a pretty decent way to figure the time out.
Too many times to count, lad.
Well, that's good. Well, anything interesting you can tell us? Do you want to get... I lean over to like Tokas. Should we offer them a way out?
Find it funny that you lean over because that basically looks like you bend down to at least half your height.
I mean, yes.
It's like he bends a 90-degree angle.
I do that talk to short people meme.
Yeah.
I'm just like, should we offer them a ride back?
Tucker's like looks at him for a moment. They dodged my question, but I'm the first to give people the benefit of the doubt. So,
well, give me a moment.
Yeah, okay.
I breathe in, and I'd like to open my witch sight.
How far does it stretch?
How close are we? Like, I imagine we're not yelling this.
Imagine it's like 20, 30 feet away.
Yeah, just about.
Well, it doesn't reach that far. I have to take 10 feet towards them, because it's now 10 feet instead of 15. So I'll take 10 feet towards them. Slowly, not like threateningly. If they let me.
Sure.
And at that point, I open my witch side, as I'll just be like, "Well, it's great to see some more people here. We really didn't, we really didn't expect to find anyone. It's thanks to this guy's nose over here. Not that you guys smell.
You do, by the way.
Hmm?
That was a Stokas yelling in the back. You do, by the way.
Me who then steps over is like, not that you guys smell, and then immediately starts vomiting. Like, ah!
The 3 sailors that haven't washed in decades. You guys don't smell, don't worry about it.
Do I get any off memories about them? That sounds really weird, but...
No.
And then I just
This
lean over, they
place
feel...
is quiet. There's very little to be sensed here at all.
I guess that's sort of good.
Victoria will also get closer. And,
I don't know if we got a lot of interesting things to tell to you, but we got tales that'd make the saltiest dogs' ears perk up.
That's interesting.
Definitely. What was the name of the ship that you crashed here with? I'm sure your vessel had a name.
I never said that we came here with the same ship.
So, you're all from different crews then?
The man with the gray beard, he nods his head. Aye.
Oh, alright. So, what vessels did you board before you ended up in this place?
Just pulling it up for you.
Of course.
Pull it right up, boys.
The legend.
Time to eat some dinner. Meat back on the menu.
The man in the gray beard, he like points his thumb towards himself to his chest. The name's Elias. And I sailed on the Storm Rider. Red here sailed on the Gambit. And Tom, the legend.
Wait, the legend?
The man with the yellow bandana like eyes you warily. Yeah, the legend.
We thought everyone died. No offense.
Last time I checked.
Wait, did he just say last time I checked?
Mm-hmm.
But you're sitting here. Sorry, it's just kind of like squints his eyes.
yeah, you know, from his point of view, everyone else.
I mean, yeah, but if he's still alive, that's... I mean, Emil will be happy to hear that, sort of.
And last time I checked, I'm not dead.
Well, that's kind of what you made it sound like. But yeah, no. At least your captain will be sort of happy to hear that. I imagine.
We have indeed found someone else from the legend. If you are from the same crew, then you can hitch a ride on our boat. I imagine you don't want to stay here for the rest of your lives.
Definitely not. But I thought Emil was dead.
Well...
Turns out that's not the case.
probably some people would say that's might have been better, but I don't think so. We're gonna finish her task.
Tom, like, shakes his dice again and rolls them out onto the forest floor. He looks down at them for a moment, and then picks them up again. I see.
But, I mean, it's good that everyone still here, right?
Uh-huh. George is looking at the red woman. Reaches out his hand and is like, "Red lady, was it? Name's Vittorio."
You like reach out your hand to do what? Like wave?
No, I did say that I walked up closer before.
Ah, I see. The name is Mira, but they call me Red Voss.
Right. We haven't like met before or anything, right?
She continues, like, whittling away at her dagger with a whetstone as she, like, looks you up and down. I think I'd remember.
Well, for some reason, yeah. You seem familiar to me.
I get that a lot.
George raises an eyebrow, like, alright. Hey, Amber, I would like to make an empathy check to see if she does indeed get that a lot, or if she just wishes to change the subject.
Is there smoke rising up from their campfire?
Good question.
No. You look at the campfire. It is cold, it is ash-filled, and it is littered with the same dark vinut shells.
So the flames are not lit.
What?
Are the flames lit or not?
No, there's no flames.
But then they said, come join us at the fire earlier?
Mighty sus.
Was it any part of our conversation the campfire lit?
You didn't see a fire burning.
Okay.
Vittorio, she says it with like a smile on her face. She looks a little mysterious when she says that.
God damn.
Maybe she's just trying to be friendly.
Yeah.
I'd like to pick up one of the nuts on the ground. I imagine they're kind of like, how do you eat these things? Is it like you crack it open and you scoop out the inside like a coconut? Or, okay. I'd like to make a forensics check and see if these nuts have actually been eaten by a human by any means of using a utensil to scoop out the contents or scraping it with one's fingers out, for example.
Okay.
I'm gonna be right back. I really have to pee.
One-on-one.
Yeah, these things look like they were eaten once upon a time. Like, the insides have clearly been scooped out by some sort of, like, dagger or something. But now the shell is all like brittle and dry.
That makes sense. Well, suppose it is mighty fortunate that a lot of you managed to crash your ships on the same island, I would assume. Who said that their ship crashed on the ward side of Flow Island? Which one of the three?
Red did.
Okay. Turks will look around at the other two. Where did your ships crash?
Elias also says west. Home says east, and also immediately asked why you ask.
Well, suppose if all of your ships have crashed against Flow Island, then maybe we can manage to recover some of the cargo before we leave. Nothing is to be wasted and left at the waves. I'm sure that they have no use for food and water and anything else that might not perish. Suppose food is probably the worst example, but if there's anything useful left, I'm sure you'd want to pick it up before we're leaving.
Aye, but I picked up some stuff already, lad, says Elias as he stands up. He pats the crate that he was sitting on.
That's great. We have some more manpower. I'm sure we can fish up anything else that only 3 people can pull out. Also,
I mean, I don't know if this is of any use to you.
well, to me, I'm not sure. Don't know why you'd give it to me. It's your cargo, is it not?
I presume you were offering us a way out, unless you're just planning to take the stuff.
No, of course. We have a ship. We have the space. You're more than welcome aboard.
Excellent.
To refresh my memory, the legend was crashed near the
Earthward Ridge.
Earthward Ridge. There you go. Thank you. Also, did you say east or you said fireward?
Fireward.
Okay.
I have returned.
Welcome back. We found 3 people, which apparently are from 3 different ships, which have all crashed against Flow Island. One says to be from the Legend, but they have just told us that their ship has crashed in the wrong place, because we did find the wreckage of the Legend. So, a bit sus. But
we remember seeing them when we were on the Legend in the flashback.
We were not on the Legend. There was Lawrence on the Legend in the flashback.
It was Lawrence and me technically, but yeah.
And technically,
That's what I meant. But do we recognize them from that or no?
Great question. One
Say,
then only Zari's gonna.
The descriptions don't sound matching to me, but I'll look at Amber just to confirm. I mean, you're asking the person whose memory of the entire event is basically full of holes, but the guy that says that he's from the Legend, does he look familiar to me?
Lawrence will be able to recognize him by his yellow bandana, yeah?
Okay, so it does match the description.
Yeah, this guy was definitely on the Legend.
What does this guy look like? Because I wasn't here for the description of this guy.
You have a older gentleman who calls himself Elias Grim Marlowe. He is got a black beard that is peppered through with these like white beard hairs. He's wearing a pretty long, weather-beaten red coat, kind of like a red version of the coat that you wear, Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
He's stealing our
You-
style. We should kill him.
You have a fairly young, beardless, lanky man who's wearing the tattered yellow bandana, who's got a little set of dice on him, who calls himself Tom Caro, was the man that was on the legend. And there is a woman with red hair who you see in the picture in Stargazers.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, which Victoria, for some reason, sort of
Her face looks
recognized.
her face looks familiar to Vittorio.
Yeah, but he does know.
Okay.
Wait a second.
It's your mom.
Pog.
But hey, if you want to see if these supplies are any good to you,
Well, we are stock full, and I'm sure we can check what you have recovered once we bring everything on the ship. We've got a large enough boat to hold all the cargo that you have. Though, I would assume that there's more left in the wreckages. I don't imagine the three of you managed to pull everything out, especially what's at the bottom of the sea right now.
that's right. He says, and he will step away from the crate.
Great, well, I suppose we can make a stop at these wreckages first. Keep a lookout for what might be scavengeable before we return.
You can do that if you'd like.
Would you prefer to instead sit here at the campfire?
What?
Would you prefer instead to sit here at the campfire?
That was me, your DM, speaking.
Ah, sorry, I thought it was them.
So I thought it was them. Sorry.
We thought you died.
No. Sure, Vittorio, you ring the devil's ringer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they didn't show up on my witch site, but maybe.
Nothing off here. It makes a tingling sound.
Damn, it makes a tingling sound.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, it makes a sound.
It's when it doesn't make a sound that, right.
Yeah. Vincent side eyes Vittoria doing it and doesn't say anything, just to make sure that he's like kind of nods to Vittoria, like knowingly.
Yeah, he like adjusts like the chain around his neck, like puts it back beneath his shirt. Well, yeah, I think we have room, don't we? I look at Vincent.
Don't we, Captain?
Abro raises, looks at them. Yeah, I think so. Got plenty of more space to handle the ship. The more the merrier, more hands on deck makes it easy.
I do have the gnawing feeling that something's off.
We're in an outer planar realm where water is magic. Everything is off. Well, I suppose we could bring you back to the ship at this point. I'm not sure the little of us are going to make quite a great scavenging effort. We could bring whatever you have with you to our vessel and then maybe set out the day after in the morrow with some more people and see what we can pull out of those wrecked ships.
Do any of you have a heading that you need to go to, or? Robert's mentioned towards the three people.
All three of them shake their heads.
What direction were you going to? Originally.
Shipgrave Reef.
You were going here.
So we were looking for the legend.
Guilty as charged, says Elias.
Well, obviously, Tom over there wasn't really looking for the legend, but, what about you then? Who looks at,
The legend, of course.
Right. Well, I mean, he already mentioned the gestures at Darius, that we kind of found it, and the captain.
Now we did.
Saves us the trouble.
Raises an eyebrow.
It would be kind of weird. There was basically nothing there.
Pretty much. Whatever was left of the legend either rotted away or was eaten and consumed by the people that were left on this island. But you probably remember, Tom.
All of us there just there like, you remember, right? Right, Tom?
Mm-hmm. 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 I mean, they're willing to come with you. They're willing to come with you.
Sure.
Right.
Why?
Oh, cool.
They just need a little help carrying their things.
What do they have that needs to be carried?
They just have the crates.
How many?
3.
They can't carry one each.
Have you seen the woman?
Hey, I'm not here judging by surface appearances.
Oh, well, her surface appearance is scrawny, as is the other guy.
You know, I'm screwed.
The last one is all. The last one is over the middle age. Sorry, you were also holding your mic open.
Right, well, sure. We can help you bring your stuff over to the ship. Oh, silly me off. I should probably mention before we help you on board. If there is mutiny, we will kill you. Anyway, where's the stuff?
What?
Understandable.
That's a harsh first impression. He is actually not like that, Toka says, as he softly, very faintly butts the end of his staff against the earth. And near where the 3 sailors are camped at the moment, the earth begins to almost coalesce and swirl into a clump that grows in size as a earthen hand grows from the land and picks up one of the crates. Probably the heaviest looking one. As he then leans his staff in front of Vincent to stop him in his tracks. Right, I can take care of one of those. I'm sure that the old lads there can grab the other two and we can make it to the ship.
The crate remains standing where it is, Tokas.
Oh no.
Does it? As in,
Yeah,
the hand is not able to move it.
the hand passes through it.
That makes sense.
But just look at them and just like, come on, guys, one bit of trust.
He's gonna smile and the hand is going to like flinch a little bit through the illusion, then grab onto the crate. And still looking at the others, he'll say, "Well, seems that we got 3 new companions. We're gonna have to find them a place." And as he says that, another 2 thuds upon the earth will make the hand open up its palm and wrap around one of the people instead.
Oh, I didn't say you didn't touch anything. What is your DC?
My spellcasting DC is 15.
Okay. Don't look at my screen.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Bad.
Don't look at my screen.
We'll win. I can see the DM.
Your hand does grasp something, yeah.
But not a crate.
No.
All right. Then I'll yank it to see what it is.
You yank whatever it is, and the air begins to thrill as Elias falls apart into ribbons and disappears. And instead, something crate-like begins to unfold from within itself, like a little Chinese takeout box. We're going to roll initiative as the Jungle Sirens.
Oh,
their true colors.
Yes!
Stop! What the hell?
We're fighting
Harvestable
sirens.
plant life is what I'm hearing. Let's go.
Just give me a moment.
All right, let's go. Oh, combat map. Dun, 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 dun. We're combating. Ooh.
I'm looking.
Jungle sirens.
Bungle Gyrants.
So they're all siren, is what I'm hearing, right?
The jungle sirens.
The Jungle Sirens.
God, Witcher, how did you not see this coming?
Guys, please.
Oh,
Illusion comes undone and there's 3 sirens. Guys.
What is happening?
Oh, what the fuck?
Pretty. That is
Why is the ground opening up like a fissure?
That is a lot less pretty.
These two are near each other. We have the party. We have Vittorio with a red Voss. Vincent and Tokas near one another.
Whoa, why am I that close?
You guys wanted to be close.
I was 30 feet away. I've already put myself on the map. I get side on. Alright, well.
Yeah,
Cooked.
Tokas has been shouting this whole conversation.
I need to shout? To talk 30 feet away?
I am close. Where's my body? Yeah, well, I was 10 feet away. I had to be. So I don't know what 10 feet is. Probably like right there.
I'd probably be closer, admittedly, if Vincent's just having a casual conversation as well. Not too close, but close enough.
Alright. Let's
Far
rock and
enough
roll.
away to avoid stabbing.
Stippities.
Those are one of the 3 rules of conversation, guys. The first rule of conversation is be more than an arm's length away. We'll get the other 2 rules of conversation later down the line. Don't worry. I'll keep you hanging for it.
You'll keep people hanging.
Yep.
Wabam! Normal roll. Wabam! Oh my fucking god. sad noises.
Yeah, you
Damn,
were first up in
Kokas.
initiative, Tokas.
I'm running. Let's go.
Just give me a moment.
Holy mother of Christ.
Mm.
That right there is some initiative, brother.
I'm initiating right now.
Initiate it.
This is not the one I want. This is too friendly. This one is too friendly.
I was ready to vibe.
Even
like
if they're beating the shit out of us, like they're not so bad, guys. Let's just chill.
Have like a Guardians of the Galaxy fighting theme where there's like really happy music on in the background, but they're beating the fuck out of each other in the foreground.
Basically.
Like Deadpool cutscenes where he starts fucking dancing on people as he throws their own bones at them.
I mean, what's wrong with combat fungi for ska punk party? It's like nice.
What a bop.
Tokas, you're first up in the initiative.
Right, well, I have a grasped creature. He'll yell out, "Alright, no fire, please. I would like do not have them torched down. I want to look them over."
Oh yeah, what I'm known for, my fire.
I like
Pretty
how
much.
these monsters during the fight will be like, "Oh, we're the monsters," and then Tokus is like, I am going to tear you
dissect
limb
you."
from limb. You'll see what
Correct.
makes you tick.
And instead, I'm going to start off with a blaze of glory and a phantom stampede. Let's see, how many charges were
My bad.
5? Yeah, it was 5. We're gonna do a phantom stampede.
Alright.
Right away.
Like that. Actually, I think I can place it in a way that my friend Vincent and Zarius can benefit from it. Maybe like this. There you go. As the gnome will once again slam the staff onto the ground, this time with more force, and the orb atop will begin to glow of an eerie white light before he swipes it in an arc in front of him, and a stampede of griffins will pour out. I hitting all 3 of these guys, the one grasped has disadvantage on dex saves, and both Vincent and Zarius, you can use your reaction to ride the stampede and end your movement, anywhere within the area of the spell.
Oh crap!
If
And
you
if I
want to
don't-
get close,
if I
or
don't, if I don't, I get hit, right?
No, you don't get it. It's you can choose to hop onto one of these griffins and ride it up to a certain square within the area of effect.
Oh, we could bundle up
Oh,
in the
okay.
middle.
So it will not affect us, but I don't have to use my reaction.
No, you don't have to if you don't want to
Okay.
move in.
I don't want to move. No, I'll not use my reaction.
All right.
I have to keep that
Rest of
available for
that.
counter charm because the name Jungle Siren makes me a little bit nervous.
Makes a lot of sense. For the rest of them, it's 20 points of force damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one.
Whoa, 28. Don't sell
Oh.
yourself short.
It is the day mage.
So I can
Alright.
end anywhere within here,
Anywhere within the
Within
Oh,
the
yeah.
area.
squares.
but moving past them would provoke an attack of opportunity.
Don't think so.
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah, it does.
Specifically
I'm
says.
afraid so.
Although moving like there would not make it an attack.
You
of
could also move, if you want to move near Vittoria, you can move here. And that would not provoke an attack of opportunity.
Unless they have 10 feet range.
I'll save them bridge.
Well, to be fair, Victoria has Delphine as well. You should
That's
be
true, it's a 2v1 there, that makes sense.
Oh, right. Oh, I'll stay where I am.
All right. That's my turn.
All right, they all get trampled over by griffins. Vincent, it is your turn.
With a free action, he will just go into his coat that he kind of flings backwards, and from one of the coat pockets, he'll pull out the entirety of the halberd using his pocket dimension that he can pull it out from. Why is it always monsters? Never people. And he'll...
They're the same thing!
move one step forward. That's both within 10 feet, right? Yes.
Yep.
And I will start slapping the one that is restrained.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if it's grappled or restrained from.
It's
from
restrained. Maximilian Earthing Grasp restrains creatures.
Alright, cool.
Which I need to output the spell, by the way. I need to consume the spell slot, so I will do this. I will concentrate, and I will... There you go. Ignore the damage that dies.
Whoa!
There's a giant fucking hand in the middle of the map.
Wait a second. Why did that post the entire thing?
Is that a
rather than just-
token? What the fuck is that? I am gonna look for the media player. Maybe there's an effect right now.
there you go.
Oh yeah, there's a giant max effect on the map for some reason. But yeah, there you go. You have advantage, by the way. But...
Oh. 24. My first attack, I'm guessing that hits.
A 24 is most assuredly a hit. This plant is going nowhere.
And then I will splat again. Why does it keep doing that when I shift click? I thought shift clicking was advantage.
No, it is control and alt click nowadays.
Oh, sheesh. Then I pardon the dice. I mean, the text. The second one is a 19 to hit. Oh, well, 23 to hit.
The 23 to hit. Very well. That also hits. You slice into the leaves of the plant, and it withers in place. And you hear not just the voice of Elias, but you hear a cacophony of different voices writher and cry out. Young people, old people, men and women alike.
Alright, so does my alternate attack with this still function? No, it does not. It just comes through as a normal attack. Well, with my bonus action, I'm going to attack again with Polon Master. But it will be an 18 to hit, but not for that much damage. It will instead be for...
Even more damage. Let's go.
No. Less damage, I wish.
Wait a minute.
You're up and not a d20 then?
No, it's a d4 instead. Yeah. For 3 plus 7 points of damage.
Still good.
Alright. It is still very good. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Those are my 3 attacks, and then I'm going to move here, which puts me still more than 10 feet away from both of those. Yes, it does. Alright.
They both attack you.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, go for it.
They got that dog in them.
One of them has disadvantage on the attack roll. 14. The other one rolls a 7. Tragic.
Hit.
They both miss you. As you see the long leaves that kind of unfolded from the box-like shape, all have rows upon rows upon rows of teeth that they lash out at you, easily stretching that 10 feet, but they both swipe and just miss.
That's all you. That's me.
It's what? Nothing. Gabe is dancing next to me.
Oh.
This jungle siren is no longer the woman in red, Vittorio. She opens her mole and tries to bite you instead.
Oh, I hate that.
For a 20 to hit.
Yeah, definitely.
And for a 21 to hit.
Damn.
That's painful. That's like half my HP.
Oh, why is it not subtracted?
I can't with this happy music.
I'm just dancing right here.
I'll just remove the damage manually because it is not doing it when I try.
I wonder.
Very strange. Oh yeah, it gets beaten not once but twice. It is not like that.
As two of her leaves like wrap around you and begin like pulling you inwards, you see a hand almost like reach up through these bluish green tendrils at the center of the plant where some strange sort of illusion is woven. This plant will try to tear itself free. For 21.
Massive.
Massive works. That tears through.
It'll slowly begin to crawl, tearing its body free from the soil, roots hanging over them as it drags itself forward by the little petals. And I'll end its turn here.
When it gets close to me, I'd like to use my reaction from Polearm Master to hit it when it comes within range of me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got your reaction back, yeah.
Well, I never used it, to be fair. But...
Yeah, fair enough.
And
That's
I have advantage on this because my ancestor weapon has the scout benefit, which is you have advantage on attacks with this weapon within the first round of combat.
Okay, go ahead.
Very nice.
29.
Oh yeah, you have advantage.
I think you still have bless on your sheet, by the way.
Yeah, looks
Ah.
like
I do 1 second. That must
that.
be
It's still at 25.
25.
Hits.
Alright, then it can't move any closer thanks to Sentinel. It loses its movement at 10 feet.
It will stop there within 10 feet of you.
Which is hardly still enough for him to attack, but at least it's good damage, I'll take it.
Vittorio.
Yeah, Victoria's like partially inside this plant, and he lets out just a sigh and a grumble. And he's like, right, that makes sense. And he'll try to cut a little hole which he can get out of. Not can. Let's
Very well.
see. Clemency. A 23 to hit for 10 damage.
Good use,
Alright.
And I will strike once again. Which is done at 20.
Let's go!
Very nice.
Let's see. Do I want to give Delphine? Wait, can I use this before or after? Sorry, I haven't played tutorial in a long time.
I know that 2 weeks is long.
Yeah. Also my brain.
Hey, 3 weeks.
The advantage loss of use. No, which one am I looking at? Is it this? Yes, distracting strike. I would like to give Delphine advantage. And it also takes 5 additional damage.
Alright.
And that is my turn as I slice through and pull my head out.
Vittorio cuts the plant in ribbons.
Game.
This plant uproots itself and crawls towards you.
Sorry, but I can't stop that one from getting any closer.
No, I get it.
Sorry, it tries to swallow you.
Ah!
420 did. 418 did.
18 misses.
18 misses.
Correct. 18 misses.
You've got a shield out.
Yeah, my buckler.
Oh, you just have a shield on you all the time.
I mean, the buckler is made so I can wear it all the time, yeah. 1. There we go.
Alright, it misses. Delphine.
Don't die.
She won't die, she'll do her best. No, she has a sword. Is it? For 15 to hit. Hit. She will strike the plant. That's her turn. Actually, she will return the favor. Because she's very helpful.
Helpful girl.
Sarius.
Well, I'm gonna stand here, look at Vincent and Tokas. Well, you better get this thing off me! And I'm gonna hold my hand out, and behind me, some stars appear. Like, you know those actual star, like drawn star-shaped stars, like sparkly stars? As I will cast Stardust, hitting these two for maximum damage.
Very nice.
The next attack roll made against them before the start of my next turn has advantage. And then I'm going to, as I have some glitter left over on my hand, I kind of look at it, and then I'll pat Vincent on the back, putting the glitter on him, as I'll say, now fuck him up. As I will give him a Bardic Inspiration, which you can use on damage and IC, for those of you that don't remember.
Nice.
Tokas.
Yippee! It's time to go. I'll scuttle right in front of Vincent, and I'll take the chance to make a double whammy against the plant in front of Zarius. I'll take use of that advantage. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I'll go for a Righteous Blade against that. It's already a 25, but we'll keep it at 25 for 16 damage.
Yeah, that hits. That kills the plant up top.
And as a bonus action, I'll uncannily strike the other plant with a 14 for 6 damage. Oh, 20 for 6 damage.
That hits. Plant is still alive. But it takes a hit. Is that your turn? Vincent, it is your turn. One of the plants has just been brutally slain, but the other one is still gnawing on Zarius.
Put it off me!
Alright, I shall help a brother out. At 26.
Most assuredly.
I'll add the d6 of fought against both of the damage. To
D8.
D8. So 7 plus 5. Second hit. It's a natural 1.
That will miss, I'm afraid.
Well, you know, we're all surprised by this. And then I'll use my bonus action to also hit this guy one more time with the butt end of my blade, which is not 12 damage.
Crap, I keep forgetting. I was like,
Yeah.
ooh! That was so good damage!
8 damage instead.
All
And I
right.
will use one of my roguish techniques to use dirty trick. I need it to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 15, or it will take. On a failure, they take piercing damage equal to my proficiency bonus and become blinded.
Cut out its eyes for a plant.
It doesn't have eyes. So it fails, but it is immune to being blind.
Makes sense. Well, it takes 3 points of proficiency damage, and that is it.
That
Four.
it will take.
I
3 more
imagine,
damage though.
I imagine the scene of Vincent going in with a flurry of blows, and he goes, "Aha!" Throws pocket sand at the side of the plant, which just turns around slowly.
I mean,
Literally,
it doesn't even
grab
turn
some
around
rubble.
because it's multi-dimensional.
I just like hit it with the butt end of the halberd, roll down, instinctively grab some rocks from the ground and hurl them upwards towards it. Ah, that doesn't work. It doesn't have eyes.
You just see some sap leaking to make 2 eye-shaped holes in the side of its body.
That would be me. That's my 3 attacks.
Yeah, one of the rocks pelts through the side of the plant, cutting through it. You see 2 of the leaves that make up its box shape, they flop to the ground. Limply. This plant tries to bite Delphine instead.
No.
She whacked it. She's a small snack.
But I whacked harder.
But she's a more
Doesn't
digestible
matter. She's a digestible,
Mm.
prime lunchable.
Damn.
Oh my.
Damn.
14 misses her.
Yup.
16 does not.
Yo, let's go.
Boink. She is raked in her clothing. Vittorio.
Yeah, I see Delphine get attacked. And that does not make Victoria happy. He was considering, being a bit methodical with this plant so that he could look into it later, but that is now gone out the window. Let's do a fainting attack to give myself advantage. And then we attack. 19 for
Let's go.
Definitely
four-
hits.
14 damage in total. And then there's a normal attack.
The first one is gonna do it.
Okay.
I assure you.
Yeah. Instead of a methodical swing, it is one made rather angrily.
What you're saying is that you attack it after it already dies.
I mean, yeah, sure. That's fair. I even already rolled the roll, so that's fair. Good by me.
Very well. You chop the plant to bits. Next up. This jungle siren. This plant curls its little leaves inward, and like from the bluish strings and goop at its center, it gurgles. Surrender. And it curls it on itself until it becomes a little bulb.
You fucked with the wrong group of adventurers.
Zarius. Oh, why do I keep skipping?
I mean, as it says, it says what language does it say surrender in? In the language
You
that
understand
fucks my
it.
brain and then destroys it. Okay. As I just kind of look, I haven't even grabbed my scythe yet because I've not attacked with it. I'm just kind of like, you know, I'll give it a shot. I'll hold out my hand. I'll accept your surrender if you actually surrender.
Cyrus, don't be a fool. Just kill it.
Tokas.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I will, in this moment, if it latches out at me, I will ready an attack to do primal savagery. But
Sure, you ready in action to do primal savagery.
Yeah, the status is, if it attacks me or my friends, I will primal savagery. But otherwise, I will accept its surrender.
Alright. Vincent. No, wait, Tokas. Sorry.
You like plant the staff on the ground and like give a raised eyebrow to Zarius. Why are we sparing the man-eating plant again?
Just kill the damn thing.
Give it a
I think
chance. It
I
might
think
just be
it's
an everything-eating plant.
Yeah, definitely an everything-eating plant. The plant turns into a boar. Oink oink. Well,
Give it a chance. We can't indiscriminately murder things.
no, we
again.
definitely can. I could literally do it right now. But I think it will be interesting to see what it's going to do in the next few seconds. So he says as he turns to Vincent, give it like a little bit. Let's see if it's actually trying to surrender or if it's simply another way to try and put you in its belly.
Vincent dissipates the halberd on his turn.
Oh yeah, I'll take a dodge and watch what this plant does.
Alright. The plant, like, continues curling in further on itself, like, until it looks like a plant bud.
I want it. Sorry, I heard the game suddenly be like, I want it!
Yeah, I'm literally like, oh, mine, pocket
I
size.
also want it!
Vincent
Even when
just-
it's
goes
completely
past
curled
you.
in on top, it's still larger than you.
It's still pocket sized.
I'm gonna quickly pee, but I'll continue my conversation with it in a moment.
There's peas on the plant.
Vincent just puts his halberd away into the pocket dimension for opposite his face and pulls it down. Oh, why are we speaking to a plant?
Well, how many times did you get to speak to a plant before?
None.
There we go.
It's right, Tokas. You're walking down the alleyway. You're a standard human person. You don't have the powers that you have today. You're just a commoner, okay?
Blink.
And at night, I grab you by the scruff of your neck and I pull you into a dark alleyway. I bring a knife to your throat, stab you in the stomach with it twice. You, being a bit burlier and a bit stronger than me, manage to punch me in the face, knock me to the ground. And then once I hit the ground, I look at you and say, "Oh no, I'm sorry, I stop." Let's say that there's no rules in this world and that killing is completely ordinary, and I just tried slicing your stomach. I didn't ask you for money or anything, I just wanted to kill you. I sliced your stomach open, you're now bleeding from your stomach. You think it's okay to just be like, actually, let me hear you out, brother?
Well, if I was bleeding out from my stomach, I'd probably die in the next few minutes, so what's the point of killing someone else?
Oh, yeah, this was a wrong conversation to have with you.
Also, I'm not a commoner, Vincent. I am a wizard.
It's
Sorry, what did I miss?
It was a hypothetical. He just goes to his knees and put his hands in his head.
It's alright. I mean, if it tries anything else, I will incinerate it on the spot, so I don't think it's a problem.
Oh, but, yeah, sure. Speak to your plants.
We also already have the samples.
Speak to your plants. Vincent just walks away. Just goes over to Victoria and
go
Dolphin.
check if Victoria's fine.
You guys okay?
Yeah, we totally kicked this plant's ass.
Okay, good. They want to speak to theirs, so I just...
Yeah, you just see the Victoria of the visible annoyance at that thing.
Kneel down. You can speak, so speak.
The plant is turned into a bowl, sorry. It doesn't even make any sound anymore.
It said surrender. No longer possess magic to speak with plants.
Well, that's a pity, innit? I guess we'll have to, I don't know, do something with it. It turned into a bulb. I wonder if I can plant it.
You'd have to uproot it first. And I doubt it's going to let you uproot it. I look for a reaction as we say uproot it.
I think it uprooted itself.
You see the little, like, roots dig further into the soil.
Yeah.
Well,
I can try something.
you always try something, Zarius. Half of the time it's a good thing. The other half, someone gets exploded by a door. Let's hope it's the first one.
I pull out, like, my water skin. Does this thing feed on water?
No, I think it feeds on people.
No, but it, you know, is Emberkern's not Junkly, right? No, it's mountainy. I mean Castanella. No, it's Spain level of temperature, I feel like. I don't know, don't the like man-eating plants still need like water most of the time? Like normal ones?
Some do. Some need to be watered so rarely that they don't need a lot of moisture and can simply derive it from the praise that they dissolve with their own compounds and they store within glands inside the proverbial mouth.
I'm going to kneel close and drip some water where the plant is about to dig in further, because it was digging in its roots. You've got to talk to us. We are no threat unless you make us a threat.
You're doing what? You're waterboarding it?
No. I was literally like moisture, making the soil where it's about to dig a root into, like wet, moist, to kind of see if that's accepted as a peace offering. That's the idea. To the plant. You've shown
The plant does not respond to you putting water on it.
You've shown the capability to speak. We require you to speak. Otherwise, my friend here might get rough. And we don't want that. Guys just standing over the plant.
There's no way this is happening right now.
I look at Tokas and say, I've got one more idea.
Well, you keep doing your ideas. Vittoria, do you want to check these things over?
Sure.
You hurt? Do you need a patch up?
I'm fine. I'm just, yeah. Not sure why, trying to talk to it. I don't know if you remember, but, like, well, I say I guess it was mostly me, fought one of these in the sewers.
Yeah, you got half
Arkhona.
beaten by one of those when we went into Ultana. I remember quite starkly. But, hey, if we now know that he can speak. Or, it's simple mimicry of someone that said the same thing before they eventually got devoured and absorbed and assimilated into a plant. Nonetheless, I don't think there's anything bad in letting Zarius try things out.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's how you discover new things. Plus, if Zarius is the volunteer, I'm more than happy to observe.
He's singing to it. He's singing.
I imagine he's more humming than singing, but yeah.
I know it looks weird, but trust me, I've read that plants actually can absorb vibrations through music and sound, and it
Oh,
stimulates
it's
growth.
fascinating, Tokas. Yeah, it's fascinating.
I know she might not be your type, Vittorio, but that plant made the illusion of a rat. Like, did you forget?
No. Oh, never mind.
We're discovering new things about Vittorio every day.
Damn, that rat's
You didn't have to
looking
call
pretty
that
good.
woman a rat. You didn't have to call that woman a rat.
I didn't.
Did you forget? The plant pretended to be the
Rat's an apothecary. Yeah.
the
right.
apothecary of the awakened rat.
Okay, then I still don't know why she's familiar. That's okay.
It might take images out of our own memories, and because
No.
because technically Lauren saw the guy in the legend, copied that too. Or it might just copy people it's eaten.
Second one.
But I'm gonna sing to this thing, see if I can get it to open up or at least react.
Okay, make a singing check.
Okay, I can do this. A charisma skill. I wouldn't dare to roll nat 1 again, would I? Definitely not. Here we go, singing. It's still trash, but I'll take it, because if I re-roll, I know for sure I'm gonna roll worse.
The plant kind of like vibrates in place, thrills its little leaves as you start singing to it.
Hey, Tokas, I need you to back me up if something happens.
What do you mean? I'm busy with the others. What backup do you need?
Just in case, I'm going to not the big leaves, not these big ones, not the mouth leaves, but does it have like the frilly little normal leaves at the bottom?
What do you mean?
Like, does it have any normal leaves that aren't the mouth leaves?
Not really, no.
I'm going to touch a root, like gently pet it, basically.
It kind of like shrieks back and like tries to bury itself in the soil.
It's okay. It's okay. Calm down. Must have some intelligent thought. Surrender isn't really... It must have associated the word in action. Well, I think this is as far as we go. I've tried everything.
Well, that leaves the question: do we leave a man-eating plant to roam around an island empty of people, or do we put it down?
We kill it so that the next idiots that come onto this island looking for treasure don't die to it.
I mean, that's a fair point.
Are we supposed to, though? Mountain lions kill people, but only when we venture to where they are going.
I can't even begin to reason with that existence or that concept of an argument. Yes, you're supposed to kill things that kill other people.
No, you're supposed to stay away from things that, attack you.
Unless you're strong enough to be able to deal with it, and we are.
I don't know. I don't like the idea of just killing things because of it.
We're not. We're stopping the next poor fool to come onto this island from dying to it.
So we should kill all bears?
There's no bears here, Zaris. What are you talking about?
Like, bears are dangerous, and so we should just go out of our way, go into where bears live, and kill the bears?
Bears are only dangerous if you go directly to them and provoke them into attacking you. This thing wants to kill us so it can survive. It wants to eat us. It lured us in and wanted to eat us. It did not get provoked by us, it provoked us.
Yeah, and then after it had eaten us, it was gonna use us to lure other people in. I honestly do not see why you are... I don't know why you're having an issue with this, Arius.
There's no ethic or morality to be questioned, Zaris. This is like any other thing that we kill that's inherently not evil, for a lack of a better word, but it lured us in as human beings and wanted to eat us. The next poor fool that navigates his way onto this island and decides to take a break or camp here is going to get lured in by the same siren song that we did, and then they might not be as strong as us or as many of us, and they're just going to get consumed entirely. So, would you rather... Go on.
Is that not what we do? Says Delphine. I put a trap with food. The animal thinks it gets food, but instead it walks into a trap, and then I eat it.
Correct. But we're thinking about the value of the life in this scenario, Delphine. Would you rather this plant exist and continue to eat lots of people, or do you value the life of a person more than the life of this unsentient, what's the word I'm looking for? Unproviding and ineffective being that is this plant instead? Personally, I value the life of a person more.
I mean, I'd like to live.
Yeah, exactly. So would the person that's going to get eaten by this plant if we don't kill it. Are we going to start doing this? Are we going to start questioning whether we should kill the next goblin, whether we should kill the next pack of wolves that attacks us, whether we should kill... Is this something that we're going to start doing?
It's a lot harder to kill something when it's clear that they have, to some amount, like, thought.
It's fight or flight, Zaris. It's survival instinct.
I suppose, on one part, but what Zarius does is not wrong. It would be dehumanizing to stop thinking about what we're killing simply because we have a good excuse for it. I think Zarius has a point.
It's not an excuse, it's a rationale.
A rationale and an excuse are simply two different point of views. You're saying that that's your explanation as if it's an objective point of view. But on the other side, Delphine is right. What this plant is doing is simply part of its natural cycle. It uses the prey that it kills to attract more prey, like we do. We kill a chicken to attract a predator much larger, and then we eat that one. And we use part of its meat.
We are people, we are not cattle. We are smarter. We provide to something. There is some willingness to our existence that is further has more purpose and intelligence. I don't even know why I'm having this argument. I don't even know why I don't even know why I actually care. Actually, do what you want.
Well, you're having this argument because you believe differently than Zorius, and that's normal. I mean, If you see value in life, or it has a purpose or not, then I'm happy that you have a firm set of beliefs. It's also good to question yourself and never to simply give things for granted because you have a good reason as to why. I do think we've gotten in a situation where we might as well kill it. It's it's a animal kind of world, and Delphine said it first. It's kind of a natural thing for adventurers to encounter dangers, fight it when you cannot reason with it, and slay it for ourselves and for the safety of other people that will come after us, as Vincent said. If I had to choose, I'd say let's kill it. I prefer human lives than plant lives, not because I hate plants, but because I'm a human. And as many other humans do, we value our species before others. And I think I share the same opinion.
Yeah, I guess. I just don't like killing things that surrendered.
I understand. I don't think a lot of people do.
I mean, even in our culture, that's... If it surrenders, it surrenders. I mean, I know there's not a thing like a fair war crime trial, but...
Who do
why
you
I asked
really,
you to speak.
outside of this group and the people that we carry in this ship, who's someone that you really care about, Zaris? Like
He looked really sad the moment you asked that. He's just like...
like really, really, really important to you. Someone whose life you value highly.
My brother and sister, my mother, my father, my cousin, my uncle, my grandparents, although my grandparents definitely hate me.
Okay, well, let's take your sister as an example. You leave this thing alive, right? And you walk away. Let's say, hypothetically, as he looks at Tokas when he says the word hypothetically and looks back to Zaris again. Let's say, hypothetically, that, this thing has surrendered, you feel pity on it, there's a human emotion, humanity is emotion, I understand that, and I respect you for it. But, you said, okay, it's part of the life cycle, right, Delphine? Well, you've left this thing alive. You had the power to kill it. You left this island. Your sister, now, hypothetically, wanders onto this island, for some reason, and walks into the exact same place, and now this plant kills your sister. And you always had the power to stop that life from being taken. Does that make it easier for you to now kill this plant? You are allowing someone's sister, someone's that is equally as important to you, to be killed later down the line because you did not kill this thing.
He looks really sad. Like he seems to be thinking about other things at this point. I'm going to lean forward towards the plant once more. And in a really somber tone, just say, I need you to speak. If you can. That's your only chance.
Azari's when you look back at the plant and it's going very still.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna stand back up. I'm just gonna kind of sadly walk away. He doesn't even look sad about the plan specifically.
Right. Well, he says he turns around to the massacre plant. I think I'll have my hands chock full of greenery for a bit. Shall we take a rest? People that are hurt, they can wind down and patch themselves up. In the meantime, Victoria and I will see if there's anything good out of these things.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
Ooh. I think large-sized creatures take 10 minutes to harvest. It should say that.
Mm-hmm.
10 minutes, you say?
Yeah, I'm looking for the
Let me check something real quick. Let me check something real quick.
harvesting.
Before you roll, let me check something real quick. So, I mean, if it takes 10 minutes, can I use Bardic Inspiration on it?
It takes a minute for one.
Well, yeah, but can I use 10? Like, I can use it more than once. My Bardic Inspiration lasts for 10 minutes, so... henceforth my question.
Sure.
But all my Bardic Inspiration will be like 2 taps on your shoulder without really saying anything.
Damn, I'm sorry, I'm not inspired.
There you go.
Okay, never mind. I was wrong. For most creatures, the time it takes to harvest a material is counted in minutes and is equal to the DC of that material is divided by 5. So it's not about size. For huge creatures, however, it is equal to the DC of that material. Or for gargantuan, it's equal to the DC of that material multiplied by 2. So it won't be 10 minutes. I mean, it'll be maybe 10 minutes total for some ingredients, but it'll probably be over that.
Yeah, no, I'll give you a Bardic Inspiration. You feel the magic buff, but...
Oh, my God.
We could discuss what exactly they have. I know that they have that those strands are very good for making specific types of clothing or accessories that hold illusion magic very well. But we'll have to figure out some proper DCs.
Can also make a hairnet.
Yeah,
It wasn't?
a hairnet.
Hairnet, which I...
Vittorio made one before.
Yeah, I made one before, and Zarius used it. Actually, no, I don't remember if he did use it during the play, because I think it had to do with pheromones and shit, so... It didn't
Yeah,
actually...
didn't do much.
Okay, but we still roll the appraisal and harvesting, right? It doesn't matter the materials. We're just gonna get everything that meets that DC.
I'm probably gonna be starting to use their new rules, so we'll just leave it for now.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then we'll figure it out between sessions.
Yeah, that is fine by me.
Alright.
Right, well, I guess we can do this and then take the other rest of the hour to finish a little short rest. And I don't know if we want to go check those shipwreck locations that the plants mentioned, or we just want to go back to the ship. It shouldn't be too long, shouldn't it? Like, what time is it of the day?
It should still be morning, like we... Well, the morning in quotation marks. But yeah, we set up after we woke up and did not spend a lot of time on the island yet.
So I'm hearing immediately go to cork bottle.
See why not?
I mean, yeah, we have decent amount of resources still left.
You can't see it, but I'm making a pained expression.
I mean, you still have like your
No.
HP is pretty good.
No, the pain expression is because cork bottle. Don't.
Nah, we're going to Cork Bottle. I've been wanting to go there the entire time. We're going to Cork Bottle.
Man, I can't wait for us to like leave our first impact on the ethereal expanse. It's gonna be a disaster.
No, you guys can short rest here if you'd like.
I would like. Short rest.
You can
would
check
be
out
fun.
these supposed shipwrecks, but if you would noted them down, you would know that the ships that they mentioned were all ships that Emil scavenged and turned into one ship.
Yeah.
The only things that were left are on that scavenged ship.
That's fair.
All of those ships got blown to bits, like, well off the shore.
Well, where is it? Song of
You can
Rest.
find some, like, driftwood and whatnot. Planks.
Oh my god, I'm Song of Resting. Oh!
If you spend anything, but you know.
I have
You gain an additional 6.
massive. I'm not taking damage. I've spent some spiel slots, as they say in English.
But, that's not the only thing on this island.
What more things are there?
It'll be like an elemental. The
There's
one
two
time you didn't
things
look
on this
for them.
island.
We're standing on
A
chest.
very wispy white person and a very silent cat person. The only two intact survivors of the legend who aren't plants or devoured by plants. Will eventually show themselves. Living in a tiny little hut off the ground. Not too far from where you found the plants, actually.
Not very far or far?
Not very far at all. Your fighting alone was enough to attract at least one of them who studied you throughout most of your short rest to make sure that you're not a plant.
He's like, why are those plants fighting each other?
Like, huh? Huh? Very strange. But both of them are very people weary.
That's fair.
They also must be plants. Fireball.
You fireball them, they do not burn because they are not plants.
I'm not sure that's how it works.
Some fireball someone. Ah, they're not burning. They mustn't be a plant.
So I'm immune to fire damage. I'm not a plant.
This is like some witch trial fuckery.
Yeah.
If they died from the fireball, they must have been a plant.
Me wondering why this entire village was populated with plants.
Must be those damn Pygmy. Always trying there to make their little societies out of plants. But yes. People weary as they are, and quite emaciated as they are. Hollow wings on distant horizons. And the wind speaker, Air Genasi, live.
Sheesh.
Absolutely gaming.
Jeez. quite impressed. Do they at any point like approach us or call out to us or?
I think out of the two of them, yeah, Ariel, I would say. From a safe distance, like from a tree. like call down to you from a tree. Keeping the high ground.
Vittorio is just like, you're not a plant, right?
Are you a plant?
No, not the last time I checked.
Very well. What are you doing in these parts?
We're mostly just looking around the island here and Shipgrave. I don't know, looking for supplies or anything else we can find.
Tourists in Shipgrave Reef.
Oh, another one. Hey there.
The cat says, peeling away from the tree.
I'm being tourists. I guess if you want to call us that, kind of just passing through. I was gonna go out on a limb and say that you guys been stranded here a while.
Members of the legend.
Seems like you have been here long enough to learn that.
I just look between the Erchnasi and Zarius, and Zarius is like, what? What do you mean?
I'm kind of looking at Amber. Like, Emil did give me the blurred images of, like, I know Lawrence comprehended it, but you know, I did also get the tentacle to the back of the spine, right? I look at Amber.
Yeah, you have a vague sense of, like, recollection of this.
I just look at Victoria, just like, because I recognize them.
Lawrence affirms. Pray your hands.
Okay.
So, more plans, you think?
I mean, they're kind of high up in the trees. I don't really.
I am no plant, and I know that you are no plant, because your faces are unfamiliar, and I know the faces of all the plants here. Hollow Skies looks out. He stands up straight and like peers out over the canopy into the waves distantly.
Right. Well,
So,
we're
the
not.
nuts? I think that's the reason. Like the Venuts? Did you guys survive on the Venuts?
They're not called that. They're called Kamek nut.
Kamek nuts, indeed. You can scavenge plenty of small critters on Airward Ridge as well.
Well, Zarya Shellrun. We're the Stargazers. Nice to meet you.
Oh, Vittorio.
That is kind of the appropriate reaction, yeah.
The cat looks down upon you guys. Their pupils dilate. And then they narrow again.
Weird question. I know we're just meeting, but... And you probably know more than what we know, but what do you know about what happened to your captain?
Hollowwings' tail kind of like flicks in an agitated manner. The captain went to save Swindlerin. But they came back different.
The air around them was different. So different.
Yeah, they're a marrow now, but...
Monsters.
I mean, I wouldn't call her a monster. She's just confused.
Emil would.
Emil is on our ship right now.
Dangerous. Where are you taking Emil?
And look at the rest. It's the shark. What's the name?
Memory is not your strong suit. The Isle of Drakes.
Drakes,
Apparently,
not sharks.
it's what they told us about. A pearl, a place within the Drake, someone that would buy it for ships and minstrels and a lot of other things. Well, I would assume that's also probably the only place in this entire expanse where you can sell precious items without having either the Etharis or the Caroline get boots into your business. But it's what they told us, or where they told us they wanted to go.
Look, if we're not plants, we got some rations. This probably tastes a whole lot better than just Kamek nuts. Yes, you've been eating that for a while. And if you want off the island, I'm sure we can, can take you to the island of the Drakes, or, well, I don't know if there's any other place you'd like to go.
I care little for rations, but to leave this accursed isle. There are places I must be beyond the Isle of Drakes, but it is a good first stop.
In
Well,
the winds call me somewhere else. A passage away would be favored, or perhaps forebodden by your voices in the clouds.
I also have another question because we plan on exploring every isle on this on this set of islands, and we've had all but Cork Bottle.
Mm,
Do you know what roams there? We saw something big enter the water.
the stopper of the fires.
Stopper of the fires?
Talking about the literal cork.
Oh, well, I thought you meant a monster called the Stopper of Fires, which would be a badass name.
The cat's ear twitches. The air is poison, the ground's hot. It is the land of fire. It is a land of aether. The two don't like each other very much. You will die. And then there is no one to take us off of this place.
Well, you'd be on the boat first.
His tail swings back and forth lazily. Be my guest.
Yeah, I keep trying to tell them it's probably a terrible idea to go there, but yeah, they want to go anyway. Also, actually, since you've been on this island for quite some time, have you seen like a big fish on land or anything? Like the kind of big scales?
There are plenty of fish in the sea.
Yeah, but like on the island itself.
Not so many fish on the land.
I found some brownish scales.
The fish on land who cannot see.
Come again.
It is the fish with one eye, the fish who is no fish, who swims in the water and who walks on land. You wouldn't want to end up in its clutches.
Oh.
It's a dragon.
No, it's talking about the one-eyed trout, like that they talked about back in Oldenheim.
I know, but the trout could still be a dragon. Ever heard of dragonfish, Vittorio?
Off the top of my head, no. I mean, I assume like some dragons could probably like what
Where?
breathe underwater, maybe, I don't know. Not really a dragon expert. Which is funny since you kind of stumble across a couple of them. Anyway, well, I guess we can keep our eyes open.
I mean, we're probably going to its layers, so Yeah, I keep saying it's a bad idea. Layer means treasure.
Still keep saying it's a bad idea.
No, we can do this. Anyway, should we take them to the ship? I mean, we
Yeah.
fooled once. Like, how
Yeah.
likely would it be to that these would be not the real ones a second time?
Well, if they're gonna come to our ship, there are likely not going to be plans.
So, feel like getting off this place?
I believe I've expressed my desire to leave, but if it was not clear, I will repeat once more. I wish to be gone from this place.
Oh, I guess there we have it.
I don't see why not. I'm sure
Yeah.
Emil will be happy.
Get you with, and let's go ahead.
Alright, you guys can bring them to your ship.
Let's go. And then excitingly, let's go next. Next day, next do.
I wonder if it's already next day because it was like morning still. So I think we still have a bunch.
I mean, yeah, we can do this day too. I don't mind.
Yeah, I think we have like most of the day still free.
You can go to Cork Bottle if you like.
Definitely, I'd be interested in going.
Dorio has made his reservations clear.
Vittorio's made a reservation for Corkbottle Island? Alright. I mean, I guess we have to go.
Of course.
Alright. You guys can sail your little boat out to the small, perfectly circular, black island. Wider at its top than its base. It does indeed resemble a cork in the neck of a bottle. The closer you draw, the more clearly you can see steam hissing up from where the island meets the surface of the Aether, and you see how that vapor surrounds the island. Wrapping it in a cloak of steam all around that greatly reduces your visibility. Do you sail inside?
Nervous?
Why not? We're already here.
All right. Let's prepare and let's go.
You do that, Vittorio?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, specifically water and not aether. Just so we're on the same page.
I'd like to just breathe it in. Just.
All right, Vittorio, you tie a cloth drenched in water around your faces of you and Delphine, and the moment your little boat sails into the vapor, there is a loud hissing sound as your cloth draped in water immediately begins to react violently with the aether all around it.
I hate that.
Bomboclati explodes.
Can I make a check to I don't know, try and yeet it away from the boat.
Sure, deck save.
There.
Alright. You manage to throw it away quick enough, but you still take 2 fire damage as the cloth gets very hot very quickly.
Very so much for that idea.
The steam that you sail into doesn't smell like anything. It just smells like perfectly clear air. Bright in a way that no terrestrial surface or substance could ever be.
Hello there.
Hey. It coats your airways like quicksilver, and that's when it buries into your lungs, and it makes all of you cough a little bit as your lungs strain against its otherworldly touch. You sail onwards. Until your boat lands against the shore of a small black island. With a dull thud. You hadn't even properly seen its shore coming until you were already upon it. Your visibility stretches no further than 20-25 feet. At least up until your mid-torso. As a thick vapor crawls along the ground here.
Alright. Suppose it's time to test my new invention. Toka says as he pulls out of his stuffed backpack what seems to be a metallic sort of helmet with a glass pane in front. And it looks to be completely filled with water. As he takes a look and then goes, oh, right, never mind. I forgot to cast a spell this morning. Well, I guess we're gonna try these suits once they're finished. Oh, I really need to find some time. I'm gonna need Bastian to take over for a while. Alright, people, don't breathe in too long, or too deep, or too much. I think this is still ether. It's not going to do us good.
Also, wouldn't that be dangerous if we got attacked here? You're basically wearing an explosive on your face.
Yeah, I suppose so. We can't cast spells anyways. Or well, I guess we can, depending on what. Well, anyways.
Yeah, let's move forward.
I'll take a cloth that's not drenched in water and wrap it around my face to minimize the intake of Ethereum in my lungs.
What's everyone's con modifier?
My con modifier is +1, but I am wearing the necklace of adaptation, if that would matter.
-5. Nice.
You have to eat it.
Delphinus 2.
Yeah, it's not just like having it on you. Generally speaking, you like crush the petals of the plant. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Is there anything in particular that you guys are looking for on this island?
Well, Amber, I fear like repeating myself would be tragic, but I'd love to find a portal to the elemental plane of fire.
You're standing on top of one.
On top?
Yeah, this entire island is a cork that plugs a giant hole that goes straight into the elemental plane of fire. Where the shore meets the water, the aether, there is continuously like streams and like belches of steam rising up because they continue to react with one another over and over again. Which is what's billowing out these vapors.
I mean, that is the hypothesis I had at the start. Since there's no geothermal activity, it's quite literally just a gate to the plane of fire at the bottom of this volcano.
Should we maybe look for a layer of some sort?
A layer, like a cave.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I feel that we saw the big fish come here.
No idea. I don't think we saw it.
No, in like one of the first sessions, we saw a shape come from Cork. I think I did. We saw a shape come from Cork Ball Island.
I guess that's true. I mean, sure. I'm looking for minerals, so I think caves would be good. We're near a volcano. Most of the time, volcanoes have minerals in like molten slag, so it's easier to find surface ores and gems. So
How long do you want to search for these things? How much time do you want to dedicate to it? You want to search the entire island?
I'd imagine so. Same thing we did with every other.
Gonna take 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
what do people think, Ferris?
Yeah, I mean, Victoria, you'll just say that we says we should not stay here a moment longer than we have to. So whatever you're looking for, make it quick.
Okay, well, suppose we'll go as long as we find something up to an hour or two, then we'll get out. Not good to breathe in this stuff for too long.
I'm all for
Which
just
means?
exploring this.
Which means that I think we're gonna search for a lair, as Mark said, while I search for, in particular, a few gemstones I'm interested in. And if we find those before 2 hours go, we'll leave. If not, we'll wait. We'll do the 2 hours and then get out.
All right.
Let's search.
Roll me 60-12.
That's the damage we take.
60, 12, 48.
Roll me D6.
Someone else can roll d6.
6.
Okay. You were looking for gemstones? And Darius is looking for a lair.
Yeah.
A lair to what?
And basically something that seems like it houses a big creature of some kind. Basically seeing if we can find the lair of the big creature we saw enter the water here.
Okay, make me a tracking check. It has disadvantage because you can't even see the ground very
Okay.
well.
Oh god.
I can see
Tracking.
landmarks.
Where's tracking? Here it is. Okay. Well, that's a 4. Might as well re-roll it. Let's re-roll it with fate.
Same for you with geology.
Let's see.
Geology.
14, not bad. I keep rolling it the wrong way, but 14's not bad with disadvantage at all.
Mm-hmm.
I will make myself roll a 10 for a 17 total.
Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. Okay. Roll me a D31, Togas. I foresaw this event. I lied. It's a D47.
More gems.
We'll see. Okay. That makes sense. It doesn't take you guys a long time at all to find that there's like layers to this island. It is clearly not formed, in one go. And there's quite a height difference between all of these layers, making it so that there's many ridges to be climbed and also to explore, many crevasses that are formed with the shaping of the island itself. And these crevasses could very well be the places where lairs could be built. And so that is where you search. And one such a crevasse. In one such a crevasse, Tokas, you find the signs that indicate that minerals could be here. You find some rocks that could be cracked open.
Sniffer.
Loot box.
I love gambling.
Gambling.
Let's see. Yeah, Tokas, you find a vein. Yeah, not in your arm. You find a vein of fluorite.
Oh! How big is this vein of fluorite? There seem to be a bunch, or is it trace amounts?
Trace amounts of fluorite. With a couple handsful.
Sniffer. I will pull out my convenient ore extraction tool within a safe distance so that it won't explode on my face. I will cast a Maximilian's Earthen Grasp, and I'll make it so that when the hand sifts through the terrain, I'll make the terrain the rocks come to life, and basically surge up to the surface of the stone and into the hand.
You see that the stones begin to glow lightly when you cast magic.
Give me the rock around me or the fluorite?
The fluorite.
Interesting. I'll have to do an examination later. I'll gather as much as I can using my earthen grasp, sort of as a little way to dig the ore out of the rock and into the hand, which then deposits it once I drop concentration of the spell.
Zarius, in that same like crevasse, you do find signs that creatures have probably passed through here. There's a tunnel that leads like further down into the earth.
I tap my scythe against the wall to hit that metallic noise.
Mm-hmm. The walls continue to vibrate.
And
The
I'll yell out.
sound echoes further down.
I'll yell out to the party. Signs of life!
Signs of life! 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 Life!
I'll keep making a ticking noise so the party knows where to find me. Because I imagine we cannot see each other if we're like exploring like this.
If you guys are exploring a bit and you're like going further than like, 30 feet away from each other, yeah, you're gonna lose track of each other.
So keep ticking.
The sound, though. Reverberates back. Your echo returns in a grumbling, distorted fashion. It's like a mockery of your voice. It crackles like the crust of the earth bursting.
I don't like that.
It rumbles like a mountain shifting in place.
I'll move back to where I last saw the party, but I'll have my scythe basically scrape along the side so I make a line on the rock so I know where the thing was that I found.
You scrape along the rock and the sound again echoes. And again, the rock grumbles and groans back.
As I do that, I lift my scythe from the thing again. And I'm going to speak in primordial, say, hello? You're not one huge earth elemental, are you?
The sound, the words that echo back to you are so large.
Oh, no!
That they distort in your ears. And they are also so unfamiliar, such a dialect that is only barely understood by someone who only speaks primordial. The mishmash, the in-between, the language of messengers, not the language of natives. But you know all too well that these words mark you an intruder and an invader. As The rock continues to grumble as though it is an echo returning. A wall of hot, molten lava pushes up through the tunnel. As though hell itself is rising to swallow you whole. And we're going to open next session right there. As a mountain bites back.
Guys, are you stuck to it? Stuck to the elemental? Come visit the join our ship.
Yo, you wanna come on our ship?
Guys, are you just be like, yo, do you wanna enter a little furnace?
The ship ignites.
Yo, you wanna become our ship, bro?
Well,
I thank you all for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much for hosting.
Thank you for being here.
And I will see you
Next week.
I'll see you
Tomorrow.
next week.
Well,
I will see you here next week.
yes, exactly. And if you're catching the VOD on YouTube, we have more funny shorts and whatnot coming out as well. So
Yeah, that we do.
So
Yeah.
keep on watching and sticking around. It is very much appreciated. And we will see you all next week. But until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye.